Good morning. It's the most Monday ever. What day is it? It's February 13th. It's day 976 of the Alec Murdaugh murder trial. No, not really. It's day 16. I don't even know what the state's going to say today. What witnesses are left? Truly. We've got the medical examiner coroner, who we haven't heard from, who will hopefully get us into some sort of trajectory type of information. But I imagine their timeline for when these deaths occurred is also going to be different than what the prosecution is saying based on when the cell phones went silent. That is my guess. All of the rest of it, I don't know. We haven't heard from Cousin Eddie. Will we? Will we be hearing from Cousin Eddie today, tomorrow, ever? I don't know. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. Not sure. And then who else is left? We've heard from all the financial crimes folks. We've heard from, I think, most of the police folks. Every time they testify, we're like, oh, this is going to be so helpful. And then we're like, oh, so maybe yes, maybe no. That's where the answer is maybe yes, maybe no. Great. The problem is with this trial, when everything is like, oh, it's possible, it basically means that nothing is set in stone, which gives, reasonable doubt vibes for a jury. So this whole case has been wild to watch. I just don't know what they're going to do today. But we're back in the office set up. I hope y'all had a good weekend. I hope you enjoyed the concert last night and the sports ball. I know my East Coast family was not thrilled with the results of the sports ball. I hope that you were thrilled with the results of the sports ball, or at least won some money or ate some delicious snacky snacks, because isn't that what sports ball is all about? So the court's not back yet live. We're going to go over scheduling in just a minute because I have my notes here. I swear I do. I remembered to take them out of my bag. Most things didn't get all the way unpacked, but that's a whole story for another day. So with all of that, we're going to roll the intro. We're going to say hello. There are over 15,000 of you here, which is fantastic because I think we're beating most of the other streams on the platform, because this is where to be. I mean, if we're going to sit through this and if we're going to go through days and days of trial for 15 minutes of helpful testimony to help us figure out what actually happened here, we might as well do it as a group of law nerds and having a chat. So let me know where you're coming in from. And I've got hot water and lemon. I haven't had time to make coffee yet. Fingers crossed that my husband will do that. We'll talk all about Dave Matthews Band when we have a minute. So let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking, and we're gonna roll. So yeah, Middle Tennessee again, and hot water and lemon. Why? Because I am exhausted and my voice is also exhausted. Let's go. Let's go. It's time. This court hasn't come back yet, but I'm waiting. I'm waiting to bring the jury. I'm waiting to see what happens. I'm waiting to bring some facts. Let's see. What will the prosecution bring us today? Maybe some sass, maybe some good legal arguments. Maybe the defense figured out what a party opponent is over the weekend. Let's go. Let's see what happens. Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it. As we are still waiting for court to come back, and it is not back yet. Why? I don't know. This court takes its sweet tea time, and Lord, is it a blessing for me. I do not run on time, so it's fantastic. Let's see. Elizabeth said, miss you. Good morning from Phoenix, Arizona, sparkling water. I'm sure the day after in Phoenix is a whole thing. St. Pete, Florida with orange juice. Perfect. Hello from Waukesha, Wisconsin. Lori, did you think you would see a trial wilder than the one we watched in Waukesha? You know what? Here's the thing. The prosecutors in the Darrell Brooks case in Waukesha had a very big case. They had 76 plus charges. They had a scene that was absolutely devastating. But they also had, I don't know, a timeline. They had an order. They were prepared. They were patient. And even though Darrell Brooks represented himself and threw all of the ridiculous, extemporaneous nonsense that he could at the wall, Those prosecutors kept that case moving along so it was very clear. And just because the case is, I don't know, circumstantial doesn't mean it needs to be wild. A circumstantial case is not necessarily a case that is disorganized. A lot of cases are circumstantial. The thing is, when your case is circumstantial, meaning you are building those puzzle pieces of trial to put it all together so a jury can come back with a verdict, it needs to be clear. You cannot count on the law nerds or the jurors, the law nerds, they've figured it out. You can't count on the jurors building that case for you. You have to do it yourself. And you can't just be like, see, but he sucks. That's not a reason to convict someone, even if it's true. You can't convict someone of murder because they committed financial crimes. You just can't. You cannot. That is not the thing. So I don't know what's going to happen today. I am a little bit exacerbated. We literally got a few moments of testimony that I found very helpful, and those will be in quick bits. So, does anyone else here bring the action, Will.i.am and Brittany, when the judge says bring the jury? Yes, every single time. And I think I've made the joke too many times, but yes, that is what I hear every single time. And this trial does in fact make me want to scream and shout. So I feel like it's appropriate that that is the song that I hear in my head when we get here. So, Possum Roberts says, I am drinking from the panhandle of Florida, I'm from, I've read that badly. I apologize. From the panhandle of Florida, drinking coffee. Been chomping at the bit since Monday to get here to watch this. You're the best. Sending love from Pensacola. I don't know what's going to happen. All right, let's talk scheduling, because at the end of the day, we got to some scheduling. We got no court on President's Day, which is a week from today. So a week from today, y'all, we all have a break for a minute. A week from today, we're all going to take a breath. We're all going to take a breath a week from today. That is what we're going to do. And then court will end a little bit early on Thursday. So make your plans now. Make your plans now. It's just ready. It's ready to happen. And the prosecution says they think they will rest their case by Wednesday. So we heard from Dick that he's going to start flying in their experts, because we're going to get a battle of the experts. The jury is probably going to have forgotten what the prosecution's experts have said anyway. So Dick says he will begin. Let me double check that we are on the day that I think we're on. We are. Dick says he will start his case on Thursday with experts that he is flying in. So we will see how many experts they have on the defense side. Here's what I imagine. I imagine they're going to have an expert at least with regard to the tool marking, because the tool marking is kind of a big deal in this case when you get back to it. The tool marking is the casings shot from the same gun, but they can't say which gun. So the tool marking and having somebody to contradict the tool marking is kind of a big deal. So we should hear from that, or should hear from a tool marking expert, because did it matter to you when they're like, hey, so these casings from around the property, from next to the door where they were citing in the red dot missing 300 blackout rifle, and from the shooting shed, those were the same casings, or those were casings shot from the same weapon as the ones found by Maggie Murdaugh's body. I think that's a big piece of evidence for the state to argue that these are big. This is big testimony, helpful testimony to lean towards conviction. But if the defense comes in and is like, look, what they're saying could be any 300 blackout. It could be they're manufactured off the same line, so the tool marking is the same for every gun made that day, but they just don't know. So it could be any 300 blackout, not just this one 300 blackout. The argument back and forth on that is going to be, well, they tested it against the thermoscope AR 300 blackout and said that that wasn't the same weapon. It was substantially similar, but not the same. So we'll see. At some point, we've got to get to the medical examiner, and we've got to get a timeline. The medical examiner, I think, is going to make that timeline more of a mess. question. This is a great question, Stina G. The prosecution gets a rebuttal after the defense's case in chief, don't they? Uh-huh. Just like in questioning. Just like in questioning. Prosecution case, defense case, prosecution rebuttal. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they get a rebuttal. They get a rebuttal. So, Court TV saying 2 jurors have COVID, testing all remaining jurors. Well, I guess court's going to start a little late this morning. I could have used the heads up. Emily, do you look at Twitter in the morning? No, I don't. I wake up, I get ready to stream, sometimes wake up more on time than others, get ready to stream, put my hi Dr. B, put my makeup on sorta kinda and get ready to go. There's 23,000 of us. What's up? Hi, good morning.
I can't get coffee for everybody.
I know. Yes, please. The water is on the counter. Yeah, it needed to be filled, and I wanted to make sure that you knew it needed to be filled, so you didn't try to make coffee without enough water in the coffee thing. So
look who you're talking to.
I was trying to help. I was trying to help. I was trying to help. This is the risk that we run. Sorry, Dr. B's like, I got you. This is the risk we run when trials go overtime and you still are operating in a world where the flu is a thing, RSV is a thing, the vid is a thing. I don't know. We can say every other type of illness on YouTube without it getting angry, except for the vid. So we live in a world where this is a thing. And we live in a world where people go to Super Bowl parties and concerts and all the rest of it. I mean, me maybe more than others. So am I shocked that there is a concern that 2 jurors might have a problem? How many alternates are there? Let's talk about this real quick, Candy. I need a sip of water. It's hot water. How many alternates are there? They had 4 or 5 alternates. One juror said they couldn't go past Friday, and that juror sorted it out and stayed. So they still have 12 jurors plus their, could be 6, plus their alternates. So if they lose 2, they still have plenty of alternates. And this is why they have so many alternates. But the longer the case goes, the more you're going to have juror attrition. They called in 900 jurors. Only 300 showed up to be questioned. Juror attrition is a very, very real issue. And the longer a court or longer a trial goes on, the more difficult it is. So I'm sure they will put all of this in the record or on the record when court resumes. Let me see if there's any indication of when court will resume this morning. So I'm going to take a look real quick. Emily, you sound like me and my dad about not filling the reservoir. I didn't have time, but I didn't want Dr. B to like start making coffee and then get like halfway through a cup and it be like, I'm out of water, and then not have like perfect, delicious cups of coffee, because that would be a bummer. That would be a huge bummer. Let's see. I am not seeing any updates on the tweet on the street. So I'll go look around for some other places, but we've got some time to answer some questions. Court's clearly not back yet. My entire Twitter feed is full of advertisements for Scream. I didn't know there was another Scream movie being made, so I'm surprised by that. So that's with regard to alternates. It is just what it is. 6 alternates. I thought we were in there somewhere. So, and that's what they need to do when there's this long of a trial. Normally, you'll do like 1 alternate per week and then add a few in a high profile case. So they expected a 3-week trial. That's now a 5-week trial. 6 alternates is completely appropriate, and they got to double them. Oh, that's right. That's right. Bows and ribbons is completely correct. This trial has numbed my mind and I forgot. 1 alternate went to the ER. And when that alternate went to the ER, the judge is taking the bench. They did replace that alternate. So hopefully we will get sound from court. There we go. Bring the information, Your Honor. It is 8:48 in the morning Central.
Good morning.
Oh, he doesn't look thrilled. Got to put this on the record.
We have some matters with the jury, with 2 jurors who have tested positive for COVID. And they will not be able to continue. They've confirmed the positive test.
They're probably pissed.
By sending
I'd be pissed
them to the clerk of court who has forwarded copies to me.
If you sat through 3 weeks of this,
each of those jurors, and they are
So mad. I'd be so mad.
One is symptomatic and one had a cough and sore throat. And
That's also symptomatic.
and they've both been relieved. So we have two alternates, two alternates that'll become part of the regular panel. So we'll need to do that this morning. Any comment?
It happens.
Your Honor, and I with
Don't ask for a mistrial.
great consternation, having just gotten over COVID myself over the Christmas holidays, and did a little studying on it. My understanding is that if you've been exposed to somebody with COVID, it can be up to 5 days before you exhibit symptoms. My only concern is that we don't create a train wreck with this jury that's testing negative now. And in an abundance of caution, should we not, I hate to use the word delay, but that's what it would be, till some health professional will tell us that if they were exposed last Friday when they were together, they would show symptoms or test positive by Tuesday or Wednesday. I mean, I'm not trying to, trust me, it's an economic disaster for us to continue.
We've had a doctor who came and tested them this morning and who recommends that they be tested again on Wednesday.
So,
And she is a doctor who fully understands the CDC guidelines and other precautions. And so your concern is being addressed by the court.
are you going to keep it together between now and Wednesday?
Yes, and we've recommended that they have agreed to wear masks, as everyone in here probably should, other than the essential people who have to talk all the time. But my focus primarily is with the jurors. Of course, our camera person, I noticed they tend to wear masks, and most others do not. And some clerk personnel. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, my only other concern is, well, I understand the clerk of court is out with COVID.
Yes.
And one of her,
And her staff.
Oh, the clerk is also
They've
out.
been tested and they're all negative.
I don't know what to say. I mean, I want to make sure that this, as you do, that this jury does not infect each other, and then we're in a position none of us want to be in.
Or in fact, me or you, we all have that same concern, and the jurors are aware of that, and they have a positive attitude about it, and according to the doctor who administered the test to them this morning.
Maybe if we
The
didn't
last
get so
question
lost
would
in
be,
the
do you
weed, they'd already have been
masks?
done.
I didn't bring a mask. Do we
I
have
do.
masks?
I have one right here, and I have, my clerk
The judge
has
is
one
gonna start
right there,
hurling
and,
masks off
we have
the
a
bench.
few others in the back. You're welcome to have one of them if you would like to have it. Clerk staff, she's going somewhere. Are you heading towards mass or something?
Are we good? Yeah. Okay, we're good, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Waters.
Yeah, I was going to echo the same concern that, if we have the two who are released and then we have it kind of spread through those that are remaining,
Yeah, then you're screwed. Then you're getting a mistrial.
Some sort of delay
We'll talk about that in a minute.
see what happens, because and talking with the defense as we first heard about these issues, I think we were both in agreement that we would rather, if forced to delay a little bit rather than end up with a mistrial and be unable to continue at all. And that would just be my only point that I would raise at this time. And, we could have two, if we go ahead and release them, then we could have some others become symptomatic, and we just have to, wait a few days for it to run its course. But that would be my only thought and recommendation. But obviously you've had a doctor come in here and discuss a course of action.
And Your Honor, we would concur that, and again,
They all want to
trust me,
pause.
I'm not interested in delaying this at all.
They all,
But
yes,
what
you
I
are.
don't want is to run the risk
Of a
that we have
mistrial.
mistrial because
Yeah.
they all get COVID or they all get symptomatic.
It's very fair.
It just seems to me if by Wednesday they'd know, it might be prudent to adjourn for a couple of days. And I'm not questioning your decision. I'm just concerned.
Yes, you are.
that we-
You're literally questioning
not-
his decision.
And if they have masks on, that's great.
You have
When they go back to the
concerns.
jury room to drink the water or have lunch or whatever they're going to do, they'll have those masks off. It's not 100%. I caught COVID the first week of this, the second week of December.
Give me your whole
Took
health
me
history,
3
Dick.
weeks to get over it.
Yeah, COVID sucks.
I don't want to lose this jury.
We don't want to either. And again, if we were going to do that, I would say then with the two that have tested positive, we would, at
Who
least keep
is
them
still coughing in the courtroom,
bullpen,
though?
I guess, until we figure that out or see what happens over the next couple of days.
The two with COVID, they have been released from jury.
Oh, so they can't
service
come back when
and
they're better. We'll talk about that in a minute.
The mask carrier is right behind you there.
I don't think this judge is inclined to give them 2 days and test the jury on Wednesday, though it's not, I don't like it either. It's not the worst idea. Each court is dealing with this differently. Other cases, Spectre comes to mind, have had pauses, sometimes of weeks, sometimes of months, have had pauses due to
Yeah, fortunately, we had
not
we
just the
selected,
vid.
wisely selected 6 alternates, and
Somebody's still coughing in the
we'll be
courtroom.
down to 5 or 4 following 3.
They're
following
down to
the
3
release
alternates.
of these 2, and of course, we have no way of knowing. We just have to take precautions, as we all do, as we navigate through life during this period of time. And we need 12 to deliberate, so that's the goal. That's why you have alternates.
If
Of
they run
course,
with no alternates at the end and
anytime
12,
you
they're
have
still
a trial
fine.
that's protracted, it goes on and on and on and on, then you run a natural risk of attrition,
Shade.
which we are
Protracted.
experiencing
He
now.
called it protracted.
Be it COVID or some other problem, the longer we stay here, the longer something will happen to various folks involved.
All I say about how long this is going on, I'm reminded of a quote from Jerry Spence, the famous trial lawyer in the Silkwood case. In that case, which went not much longer than we are, he said, "We began this trial in the winter, we finished it in spring.
You're not funny.
I thought we would grow old together." So
You're not
I'm
funny.
beginning to feel much like Mr. Spence, but hopefully we can finish the state's case this week and we can begin our case.
Yes. With regard to selection of the next 2 jurors to become part of the 12, the clerk has placed the juror numbers of the remaining jurors in a box.
And they'll draw them from the box.
And statute requires that they be selected. I think the word is by lot.
I've got answers to that, but here's the thing. With the court,
clerk staff selecting.
with the
the
court,
next
we're not,
2.
I'm not going to debate the propriety of what the court is choosing to do for precautions or not. I'm not in a position to debate that at all. We all have our own thoughts
All right,
and
you
feelings,
will,
but
pull number 1, Madam
the
Clerk.
court did what they did. So right now they are pulling the jurors that are
Alright.
alternates that
And
will
tell
become
us what juror number it
deliberating
is.
jurors. So Christy said this is the first time both sides have agreed. Yeah, both sides agreed because they wanted a break.
Number
I think
441
both sides need a
becomes member
nappy
of the
nap.
Regular panel. And the next one,
Oh, there's no way Dick's going to keep a mask on.
number 326. will become-
No, juror numbers of those that were excused.
Yes, of course. The jurors who now been excused, juror 220. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? 220 and 528.
So they're going through the jurors who have been, I mean, they shouldn't be pacing around. They're going through the jurors that have been excused due to testing positive for the vid. They are drawing 2 alternates who will become seated jurors. And those seated jurors, we are left with then 3 alternates. Leanne, are the alternates sitting in and listening already? Yes, all of the alternates have been here the whole time. And so they are being selected and will go back to deliberate. If an alternate is swapped out when deliberation
Yes, sir.
starts, deliberation starts over.
As this develops, and I'm not trying to.
Oh shit, he is fighting to get this thing. postponed.
We have a huge gallery out here. Are we exposing ourselves to more risk?
Kick 'em all out.
Probably so.
Having brought that to your attention.
Well, would you like me to issue a mask mandate for everyone in the courtroom,
He wants to. Yes.
other than witnesses who are testifying and people who have to speak openly in court, like the judge and lawyers?
He just said yes.
Well, and aside from a mask mandate, we might, have
Limit
a
the
little
number.
bit of social distancing, a little less numbers might be warranted. I mean, none of us want to limit anything, but we're in
Bye-bye.
a different
Bye-bye.
paradigm, and both of
Bye-bye.
us have a
Bye-bye
concern
now.
about getting this thing to the end without it COVID
Audience,
fall apart.
you can come stream it
That's
here.
that's the paramount.
Come on
concern
in.
for both the
There's
state
plenty
and
of room on the
defense.
internet. Go home,
And Your Honor, half our.
be comfy in your
alternates
jams. We got you.
Half our alternates have gone. We're 3 weeks in, 3 jurors down. At this rate.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Little thermometer thing at the door.
We'll leave all that with the
Sheriff.
clerk staff. They are able to monitor that, I believe.
I'm just letting y'all know,
I'm not going to.
I
order
don't
any
care
social
if you have
distancing.
the vid or not. You're allowed to socially distance at home
Cannot,
and watch this.
Order any social distancing with the jurors. Of course, when COVID came in initially, we reversed the courtroom and had the jurors seated in the audience, and that was our means of keeping them socially distanced.
Yeah, I mean, at least the cougher. At least the cougher.
I think we can require masks because people who are in the audience are here
The court
for the
can
most part of
determine
their
what's
own
appropriate.
volition. And they can watch it all on TV if they do not wish to wear masks.
Y'all are welcome to come here.
But I'm not going to order.
Plenty of room.
social
The internet is
distancing. And
just
for the
fine.
moment, we're going to encourage everyone here to mask up for your own protection as well as the protection of these proceedings and of each other. And then we'll explore how far we need to go with that as the day progresses. Otherwise, is there anything else before the jury comes?
Your Honor, one other matter, and I just to let you know some developments over the weekend.
Oh, dear.
Back in March of
Oh,
2022, there had been search warrants prior to that issued to GM in particular for OnStar data. And in March of 2022, GM sent a letter to law enforcement, to SLED, in which they advised, aside from some basic sort of ownership information and that sort of thing, that they had no data.
And
Late Friday after court,
Shut the fuck
Friday
up.
evening, I got a call from John Conrad, who, of course, as Your Honor is aware, has been handling a lot of that digital evidence, who had received a communication from GM stating that probably because the trial was going on and maybe in response somebody was watching the testimony of Fafosky, that they had gone back and looked again, and this time they found a lot of data that includes GPS location data from Suburban that was that the defendant had on June 7th, 2021. That information came in Saturday evening, and I had a chance, of course, to look at it Sunday morning. I immediately called Mr. Griffin, and we talked, and we provided that information to them. And so that information's come in. Of course, when we became aware of it, the GM actually sent a letter with it saying, yeah, we told you back in March we didn't have anything, and we just found it, and here you go. And so we've actually had that.
Yes, it's
that data
admissible.
and provided it to the defense. Obviously, we'll let the defense speak for themselves, but we've done everything to facilitate their review of it. If anything, I think it confirms a lot about the timeline that we're both working within. So I don't know that they have any objection about that. We're just trying to absorb it on the fly.
we all
It's
knew
substantial
OnStar had
information.
GPS data.
But I wanted
All
to
of us.
raise that
The whole
to
fucking
to
chat went,
court's
OnStar
attention
has
of the
GPS data.
developments, and of course, let the defense speak for
I'm going to try to turn this up.
Your Honor, again, it is a massive amount of data, which we
That's
forwarded
what
to our
happens
experts
in trial.
last night.
That's what happens.
They're beginning to look through it. Some of it is very helpful to us. We don't see it in any way contradicting the state's previous timeline. But the data can show you car speed, can show you GPS exactly where they were. It can show.
Did he slow down and throw the phone?
Just many,
Can it show if he
many
slowed down and
things
throw the
that
phone?
did
'Cause we
not
wanna
have
know that.
before. And again, we can. This is not about who didn't do what when GM concedes they didn't give it. The
That's not
problem
on the
is
prosecution, 'cause
they're-
GM is not part of the
no, problem.
prosecution
They're going to
team.
bring somebody from GM to authenticate it, as I understand it, and then give it to their expert who they were going to use for a timeline anyway, and have him or her digest it.
There's a timeline expert. There's a
We will
timeline
not
expert.
be able to cross-examine their expert until our experts have a chance to digest it on a granular level. So I'm just giving the court a heads up. We got it to
This
them
is why they're
yesterday.
fighting for a break.
We suspect it's going to take them 2 or 3 days to do that. And so I know we're talking about having their rest of the case by Wednesday, and we're going to try to get ready by Wednesday. But I
Oh my
can't guarantee.
goodness.
I mean, again, we just got it yesterday.
It happens
So I
in
just-
trial,
The
Dick.
only hang up that once they authenticate it, before we cross-examine
They
their
need
expert,
to talk to their
we need
expert.
an opportunity to have our experts advise us
That's fair.
what, if anything, we need to ask them. I mean, that's just, how it works.
It's early for what, if anything,
Just to be
Dick.
clear about this particular data, there's two sets of data. The most important data to what we're doing, and again, is confirmed by the timeline. It's just actually confirmatory of the timeline that we've been presenting to this jury. But we have specific location data points that are being logged every, 30 seconds or so, or something like that, as well as vehicle speed. That's the crucial data that's in this from the relevant time period. There's another file that has some various sensor data that's logged. But in our initial review, I don't think there's going to be anything in that information that's going to be helpful to either side. And actually was talking with the defense counsel earlier, and they were able to load already, because I was going to suggest they do this, load that location data into Google Earth, and it works pretty well. So I think it's something that's going to be able to be digested fairly quickly. And then, at least in our review, it does not appear that there's
That's
any
not how the
information
defense
in there
works,
that's
Creighton.
different than the timelines that we were already working
That's
from. It's
important.
just much more specific and confirmatory of what had already been established.
Your Honor, with all due respect to Mr. Waters, his opinion on what's
Yeah, he
important
doesn't.
to us
Exactly.
is.
Agreed.
is
Dick, agreed.
We find things
It's
in
irrelevant.
that other data he talks about that's not relevant or not of interest to them, that is of interest to us. An expert's it can't load it into Google Earth. You have to do some things with it to get it in a position. I mean, Mr. Barber, who's our computer whiz kid, was able to
They just
do
called that
the
man a
Google
kid.
stuff
He's like
yesterday,
50.
and indicates that other materials, the car function, are the doors locked? Are they unlocked? Is it in gear? Is it not in gear? And the information about other functions of the vehicle. It's just amazing what they capture. I mean, it's scary.
amazing they didn't turn it over a
Because,
year ago.
They know everything about how you're operating your vehicle.
No
and
shit.
Speed, where you are, all those sorts of things. We're getting that, and our experts are downloading it. We think there's some relevance to those other databases, but I can't represent to
Oh
you
my
here
God.
today that it is or it isn't, but we have seen a couple of things. We think they're going to be very helpful to our case.
Great.
So all I'm attempting to do, and let me make this clear.
You
There's nothing-
haven't yet.
We're not implying in any way the state did anything untoward.
'Cause they
I want
didn't.
that perfectly clear.
But now, thanks for
GM,
putting this
all
suggestion
the
out
money
there.
we gave them to bail them out, couldn't get this done.
Dick, you're
that may
not
be
in the
another matter
Senate.
altogether. And somebody
my
must have
God.
been watching the trial, because between the time the
You're not
FBI agent
in the
testified
Senate,
and
Dick.
they got the
This is a
data,
courtroom.
less than 2 days, as I understand it. So somebody hit a button and
Oh my
generated
God.
that data in less than 40 hours or 48 hours. So it wasn't hard to access. Again, not
Cross-examine
state
them
had
on
nothing
that.
to do with this delay. I just wanted to raise with the court before they call their
Oh,
timeline
he doesn't know how to
expert.
do
We may
anything
need
but grandstand.
some period of time to get our experts to get it
He's a
digested
state
and then
senator.
get back with us.
At its core, it's an unexpected witness coming into the trial.
That
I know
happens.
There've been some cross-examination on that issue in general. So the state has now disclosed an
The
additional
state did what they were
witness, and
supposed to.
certainly in fairness to the defense, you should have an opportunity to adequately prepare
Yes.
to confront that witness if need be. And I'm sure that witness is down the line, not the next witness the state is calling, since the state indicated that you expect it to be through on Wednesday, and that did not include this witness. So you must have other witnesses and you should be ready to proceed with, and we'll deal with the other issue as it might come up.
And Your Honor, we'll keep you posted. We're gonna,
Thanks, Dick.
we're in court from 9:30 to get back till 6 or 6:30.
You've got
To
experts.
be able to talk to experts. So we're going to have to talk with them tonight. But again, we're somewhat constrained as to how much discussions we can have and at what time.
Court ends early on
And
Thursday.
Your Honor, again, we're
You
having
got
to
Monday
digest
off.
it as well, but it's going to be incorporated in our timeline witness who, yes, is not expected to be called.
There's a timeline witness
tomorrow or
coming.
Wednesday.
That's this morning's takeaway.
Anything else before the jury comes?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Bring the jury.
Bring the jury. This morning has been a lot. All right, we're going to switch feeds. I'm going to answer some questions. We're going to mute this and get back to our feed that's got some closed captioning. Oh, God. And a whole bunch of other shit. Nope, let's get rid of that. I can't do all the other shit. We'll switch back over, but it's just let's see. When they go to trial, maybe they will make all of that smaller. If they don't, this is going to impede the closed captioning anyway, and we'll switch. So let's just see if when they start trial, they make these bigger. I like it. They're like, well, if everybody's restreaming us anyway, we might as well grift on our own, which, one can appreciate. We don't have any sound yet out of court because the microphones are muted. If they don't make the screens bigger, we'll just switch back to a different court feed. So for those of you that asked, and I saw a lot of questions about this, isn't this a Brady violation? No, it's not. A Brady violation is a violation where the prosecution does not turn over evidence
All right, very good. Good morning.
the prosecution team has.
Okay, day number 16. Ladies and gentlemen, you might notice that a few of your jurors are missing.
We're gonna come back to that.
Jurors have been excused. I see many of you are masked up. We hopefully we do everything we can.
Oh, they're going to smaller boxes.
Keep everyone safe.
I don't think I can
including
handle
members
that
of the
today.
Court. I'm not going to order any wearing of masks by jurors, but encourage it. But we have excused 2 jurors and now we'll have 2 other jurors who will move up to be among the first 12 jurors. And that means we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 4. Oh, still have 3 alternates remaining. So juror number 441. Who is 441? All right. Number 441, you're a member of the
All right,
first 12. And
I'll be
juror
back.
number-
I cannot. They've made the feed so much smaller. I want to be able to see
we
people.
just need to know that. And with that, we're ready to move forward.
All right.
State's case, next witness.
Thank you.
We will see. We will
State
see what we
calls
can do.
Ryan Kelly.
All right, the state is calling Ryan Kelly. We have no idea who Ryan Kelly is, but we will find out. What an interesting morning. All right. With that, we have reseated 2 jurors. This looks like a law enforcement witness. She's done most of the foundation witnesses, so we'll see if this is more foundation to something, but this looks like a law enforcement witness. So is it Brady? No. The information from GM OnStar was requested via subpoena, and they said we don't have it. And then they're like, oh, we do have it. Whoopsie doodle.
Ryan
But
Kelly,
They're not
Kelly.
part of the prosecution team.
Your Honor, for the record, we're calling Agent Kelly for limited purposes this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
So he'll be recalled.
Agent Kelly, could you please tell the jurors where you work?
I'm a special agent with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED.
We could
And
guess.
what is your position at
Beard.
SLED?
I'm a senior special agent.
And in your position as a senior special agent, were you involved in the investigation into the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at. some
Yep, more
exhibits
foundational
here.
evidence. It looks like
Case
it
exhibit
sounds like
464.
we're about to unbox
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell
Yes,
us what
ma'am.
that is?
more horrible plastic things.
These are the buccal swabs of Philip Beach, Renee Beach, Robin Beach, and John Murdaugh.
Oh, more DNA swabs.
And case 465.
So these are all going to be DNA swabs,
These
I
are the buccal
imagine.
swabs of Ronald Freeman. Let's see.
466.
So it's not a Brady violation because
Buccal swab
GM
of
is not
Michael List.
part of the prosecution team.
467.
They said they didn't have it. Now all of a sudden they have it. So these are all the different DNA swabs
Buccal swab of Matthew Luce.
from
468.
people who could have been suspects is where we're at. I don't know when we're
It's a
going to
buccal
get
swab,
to,
I'm trying to see.
I don't know when we're going to get to who tested all these buccal swabs, but these are foundation.
It's a buccal swab of Curtis Smith.
And Agent Kelly, who collected those buccal swabs?
I did.
Okay, and how did you collect them?
We have a
The defense
process where
could
we
have
put on
Stipulated to all
gloves,
this foundation.
and we
Clearly they didn't.
have Q-tips that are sealed. We break the packaging, unseal the Q-tip. We insert one Q-tip side of the cheek, and we obtain a buccal swab sample. We then remove the Q-tip, seal it in an envelope, seal the envelope. We then take the second Q-tip, which is in the packet. We break the seal, insert it into the other cheek where we swab. That Q-tip is then secured into a sealed envelope, and then the
I know. I'm very happy to see not a
two
gray
separate
suit.
sealed envelopes are then placed into a third envelope where it's sealed and signed an initial on the seal.
And you did that with each of these buccal swabs?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit state's exhibits 464, 465, 466, 467, and 468.
They are admitted.
Thank you, BC.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no further questions for Senior Special Agent Kelly at this time.
Cross-examination.
At this time.
No questions.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Buccal swabs. Hopefully, well, we're going to have to get, we still need the medical examiner, the GM OnStar
The
person,
next witness.
a timeline
Rachel
witness,
Nguyen?
a timeline witness, and somebody had to have tested all this DNA. Today's going to be hard. All right, this looks like another law enforcement agent. They all wear their pins, so you will see that they are agents as they're walking up because you can see all their pins. So this is Rachel Nguyen. I don't know what is going on with the feed. You've got to be kidding me.
State your name again, please. Spell your last name.
Rachel Nguyen, Nguyen. Good morning.
Nguyen, could you please tell the jurors who you work for?
Division.
I hate
commonly
everything
known
this
as
morning.
And how long have you?
I hate all of
That's
this.
SLED.
Okay, let's see if this one's any better.
SLED. I've worked at SLED for approximately 8.5 years.
Could you pull the microphone a little closer so
Somebody's
we can make
still
sure
coughing
to
in
hear
that
you or
courtroom.
speak up a little? Thank you. And what is your position at SLED?
I am a forensic scientist within the DNA casework department at the SLED Forensics Laboratory.
So what does that mean? Tell us a little bit more about your job.
Like my job duties?
Yes.
So I am responsible for direct DNA
She's the
analysis
DNA
when
person.
requested by a DNA analyst. What that is the beginning portion of the laboratory section component of DNA analysis. That involves DNA extraction as well as DNA
Oh,
quantitation.
good.
Extraction meaning to separate any possible DNA from a sample, such as a swab or a cutting. And quantitation would be to see how much, if any, is
Y'all, I
present in a
can't.
sample.
The squares are
I'm
too
also
small this morning.
responsible for serology analysis as
Okay, great. She also does the serology. I can't, the squares are just too
This is
small.
body
I
fluid
cannot see the court
identification.
well.
At
And I can't
SLED,
see
we
the witness
test for
well.
blood, semen, and
Apologies,
saliva.
y'all. We will see if
Evidence
they make those a little
processing
bigger
would
later.
be to process items for possible touch DNA or ownership DNA. Touch DNA would be to retrieve any possible DNA on an item from handling it. Ownership DNA would be potentially retrieving any DNA from wearing an article of clothing. In addition to those types of analysis, I also issue reports on my findings when appropriate. I am able to technically and administratively review reports by other serologists, and then I provide courtroom testimony when required.
Now, you must have some kind of special training and education to be able to do these things.
Yep.
Can you tell us about that?
So I have 2 Bachelor's of Science degrees from the University of New Haven, one in forensic science and one in biology. Upon being employed within the DNA casework department, I underwent approximately a year-long training program under a court-qualified forensic serologist. During this time, I was able to observe as well as practice the different types of serological analysis as well as evidence processing. I was also taught how to issue reports based on any findings, as well as technically and administratively review any reports issued by other serologists. I also was able to observe courtroom testimony. At the end of my training program, I then underwent a competency testing phase. This phase is to test my knowledge and abilities to perform these types of analysis independently. The competency testing phase was comprised of 4 elements: a written exam, an oral exam, a mock case to perform analysis on, as well as mock courtroom testimony. Once those 4 components were successfully completed, I was then deemed able to perform independent analysis on casework. In addition to my serology and evidence processing training, I also, as I mentioned, am trained in direct-to-DNA analysis. That was also an approximately year-long training program under a court-qualified DNA analyst. During that time, I was able to observe as well as practice the different types of protocols that are involved. At the end of that training program, once again, I went through a competency testing phase. It was comprised of the same 4 components, and I successfully completed all 4 components, and therefore I'm also able to perform independent analysis in the area of direct-to-DNA analysis.
This is the state's
I
49th
need you to speak
witness.
into the mic a little better for my benefit, if not for the jurors' benefit.
So this is the state's 49th witness. You're
Okay,
going to get a
so,
whole lot
Agent Nguyen, have you
of
testified in court before?
testimony.
I have.
And how many times have you testified in court? Just
This will be,
estimate.
This will be my 19th time.
And have you been qualified as an expert when you've testified in prior proceedings?
I have been qualified as an expert.
As an expert in forensic serology?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to
wanna
qualify
know-
Agent Nguyen as an expert in forensic serology.
No objection.
I want to know,
She is admitted as an expert
What
in
was
the field
on
of
the
forensic
Benelli?
serology.
like, where was their blood? Where
Agent
was their
Nguyen,
DNA?
you were
Whose
working
was
in
it?
the
So
serology
this will actually
department
be
back
very,
in
very
June of
interesting.
2021.
I was.
And did you examine some items from evidence in the investigation of the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
I did.
I don't know. We're going to definitely
I'm going
bing
to
at
show you
50
State's
witnesses.
Exhibit 63.
Yes, this witness definitely has her
66.
intro memorized. That is
I'll have
not
you take a
uncommon
look at these
at all
items
in
for
witnesses
us.
like this because they say it so much and they want it to be consistent every time they testify, or the defense will bring up a transcript and be like, well, last time you explained it this way and this time you explained it this way. So they generally do have a memorized court speech because they want it to be, especially the background training and experience, they want to explain it the same way every single time so it's not a problem. So that is part of why. I'm going to keep looking at the questions.
Are those items that you examined?
Denise, is this going to be a
Yes, they
letdown
are.
too?
I can identify these items because on the
We don't
small
know.
manila envelopes contained within.
Isn't that
I
the
have
worst part of
written
court?
the
We just don't know
unique
what's
case
gonna
number That was
happen.
assigned to this case at SLED, as well as each of their item numbers, my initials, and the date I opened the packaging.
Okay, and each of those items is a 300 blackout case.
Emily, where's your Krispy Kreme this morning? Natalie,
Yes.
I'm not,
What
I'm
did you
standing
do
by
with
my
those
pride
items?
at this point.
So when cartridge casings are submitted for
I think I've got muffins
touch DNA,
somewhere.
which is what these were submitted for, we process them with a soaking method. So each cartridge case is placed within a tube, submerged within a solution, lightly shaken, and then it has to sit for at least 30 minutes. Once that 30 minutes is up, each individual cartridge case will then be removed from its tube. The solution will be poured into a filtration unit. The cartridge case will be dried. It will be labeled with the individual item number and then placed on a rack to further dry thoroughly. The solution that is placed within this filtration unit, the filtration unit looks like an hourglass. So there's a chamber on the top and a chamber on the bottom, and it's separated by a filter. So the liquid that is being poured in the top chamber will filter through the center, which has a filter which we call an MVAC collection. The goal is that if there's any DNA present within these cartridge casings, it will be trapped within the filter. And then the water goes to the bottom. The solution. And then
She sounds
the filter is set out
nervous,
to dry
and I can
for at least
understand for
24
all these
hours.
witnesses
Once the filter
being
is
in a
dried,
high-profile
it
case
is
like
then,
this to talk about something that's
cut,
specifically
prepared
technical
for analysis. So it
would
is
be
cut in
really
half,
nerve-wracking.
placed in a tube,
So
labeled with the case number.
I feel for the
item number,
witnesses.
and then it is
who are
forwarded
just
for
like,
further analysis.
This is a lot. You can
And
ask.
that collection from these items was identified as SLED item 7.1.
Oh, that's what she's saying. So she's going to be trying to teach something very complicated and very important to the jury and make it understandable, which is hard to do. So I'm going to answer questions as we're going through this.
Show you,
DNA testing is very common.
459. You could tell us.
JP,
that
I'm hoping that
what
lead
you
investigator will be the
collected from
timeline
those cases
witness.
there.
Finally catching your live. Can you go over Buster's alibi?
Yes,
Holly,
so within here
court
is,
doesn't
as
have
I
an alibi
mentioned,
for
SLED
Buster
item 7.1.
yet in trial.
Once again, I recognize this because it has the unique case number, the container number, my name and date on the outside, as well as my name and date on a seal at the top.
And what did you say you did when you collected the, I guess, disc? Would you say?
So once the MVAC collection or the filter is dried, I will cut it in half and then half again. So each water will be placed within a tube for DNA analysis. It's labeled with a unique case number, the item number, and it is forwarded for further analysis.
So you forwarded that to DNA for more analysis.
That is correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 459 into evidence.
Hello, Denise. Glad you're watching from the Netherlands. A covert blood splatter shirt coming in.
I'm going to show you tapes.
I don't know yet.
33 and 34,
I'm gonna guess no.
which are fired shot shells.
I'm guessing we're not going to see. I'm guessing we're not going to see the blood
Did you
spatter shirt,
perform
the
any
blood
kind
spatter
of
expert come in.
testing on those two items?
And I really hope this doesn't end up being like the fingerprint analyst that was like an hour and a half of testimony to say there's nothing on
Yes, so
anything.
states 33 and
that
states
sucked.
34 are consistent with SLED item number 9 and 10, which were fired shot shells. These were also submitted to the laboratory for touch processing. These shot shells were swabbed for the touch collection. So basically I take 2 swabs, sterile swabs, and moisten one with the ionized water, and then I will rub it against the exterior of both of them and then leave them out to dry. Once the swabs are dried, I will then prepare them for DNA analysis, which involves just cutting a small portion from each swab, placing it within a tube, labeling it with the case number, the item number, and forwarding it for further analysis. For this,
It's a lot
the
of
swabs
numbers.
from the entire exterior of these 2 items were identified as item 10.1.
So the question from earlier, if they lose too many jurors,
And I
is it a
believe
mistrial?
item 10.1
If they do not have
is
12
also
to
in
deliberate,
State's Exhibit
yes.
459.
They have to have
Been
12 to
admitted.
deliberate. Carmen Dixon said, how did they miss the OnStar data previously? I hope they asked that witness because it sure feels like they were just like, we don't have that data and didn't look. I sure hope they explain why all of a sudden, after a year after they've asked, poof, they magically have all the OnStar data. I sure hope we find that out. A bonus for a Duncan not having creepy cream. I don't know. Did the Duncan Super Bowl commercials sway y'all today? Maybe when we hit 700K, I'll do a donut testing on one of our members only live streams. We'll have a Krispy Kreme for the first time. We'll get a Duncan. They're not my favorite either. We'll go to some of the local. I try to go to locally owned.
Yes, this also
shops.
contains
They tend
item
to be my favorite.
10.1.
I'll consider
for
it,
the
chat.
swabs from these shot shells here.
That is correct.
And then what did you do with those swabs once they were collected?
So they were prepared for DNA analysis and forwarded to the DNA section for
This
further
is going to be real
analysis.
boring until we get to what DNAs where, but this is all the foundation that's needed to get to what DNAs where. They have to explain it. Question: the jurors that cannot continue, are they allowed to come forward and talk about the trial, or is that not allowed? I don't. We didn't get to hear the admonition the judge gave them. I imagine they will not be allowed to discuss until after.
Item 17.
But we did not hear anything. We did not hear anything that the judge gave because that admonition would have been given outside the presence of us. So
Yes, so
We'll
I
see after the
recognize this from the same process. I have the unique case number, the item number, my initials, and the date I opened. Item 17, which is dates exhibit 18. I also
tasty.
have my initials and date from when I sealed this pouch.
And now what is that item?
Roy's
Item
like, I'm not here for anything.
SLED's item 17 are swabs collected from exterior doorknob of storage room door.
And what did you do with that item?
So I prepared these swabs for DNA analysis. Once again, I just cut a small portion from the swabs and forwarded it for further analysis.
As I said, this will be, I'm glad we're
So
talking
it's
about donuts this morning.
259?
This will be very boring until we get to where these came from and what they showed. And if she doesn't get to that soon, all of us are going to fall back asleep.
States 259, I do recognize for the same reason. I have the case number, the item numbers, my initials, and the date that I opened these items. Found within states 259 are items 15,
I'm going to answer this question because I've seen a lot of
16.
misstatements about
Item
this.
15 are
just a
swabs
second.
from Camo Benelli 12 gauge shotgun, receiver forward of the loading port,
Ooh.
and swabs identified as item 16 are swabs collected from barrel of Camo Benelli 12 gauge shotgun.
That's the
Now,
stuff we
did you
want.
do any testing of those swabs?
Yes. Items 15 and 16 had blood requests on them. So these were tested with our presumptive blood test. A presumptive test only indicates the possible presence of a body fluid. And how I did that is because since these are swabs, I took a Sara swab, moistened it with deionized water, then rubbed it gently upon the swabs that are identified as these items. I then tested that test swab for the possible presence of blood. Closer.
This is a personal conversation.
I'm sorry.
The judge hates that the lawyers stand there. I hate it too.
The prosecutor is behind you and you're looking at her and Mike is in front of you.
He's telling the prosecutor to move the fuck back, and
So
she is not picking up on
Attorney
it.
General, perhaps if you would move in a different direction, the witness will speak in a different direction, and I can understand what she's saying. Or she can speak.
Go to the podium.
Speak into the mic.
Counsel,
rather than
the
speaking
judge
to
just
you.
told you to go to the podium. Walk to the
So
podium.
if you could
Move it.
continue explaining what
Move.
the item is, please.
Yes, so I tested these
Look how much
presumptively
better
for
that
the
is.
presence of blood. So item 15, which were the swabs from the receiver forward of the loading port of the Camo Benelli 12 gauge shotgun, tested positive for the possible presence of blood. Item 16, swabs collected from barrel of Camo Benelli 12 gauge shotgun, tested negative for the possible presence of blood. Both sets of swabs were forwarded to the DNA section for further analysis.
Okay, so at this point, we don't know, we just know there's blood.
Oh, so she's just
There's
doing
the
the
possible presence of
serology.
Sorry,
Sorry,
on
it took
item
me a
15.
minute.
Objecting
Took
to
me a
the
minute.
question.
Pardon?
Objecting to the leading question, Your Honor.
All right. Please do not lead the witness and restate the question.
And what did you say was present or presumptively present on those items?
So item 15 was positive for the possible presence of blood. Item
Possible.
16 was negative for the possible presence of blood.
And what did you do after you made those determinations?
So both of these sets of swabs were prepared for DNA analysis and forwarded to the DNA section for further testing.
Sorry, y'all. It took me a minute. We're just getting blood. Ugh. Well, at least now we know that on the Benelli, the brownish red splotch in the back was blood, and whatever was near the barrel was not blood.
State's Exhibit 398.
That was
You
from
will
the
take a look
camo
at those two
Benelli.
items and tell the jury what those are.
So some blood on the Benelli. The question that came in was there insurance on the housekeeper on Gloria Satterfield? No, there was not. I've
State's
seen
Exhibit
people who don't
398
follow this case get confused
are
by
SLED
this.
items 22.4 and 22.5, which corresponds to item 22.5 is described as reddish brown debris swabbed from the right side of item 22 receiver.
Which is
And
what?
22.5 is described as reddish brown debris swabbed from the left side of the item 22 receiver above manufacturer information.
And what did you do with those items?
What items? 22.
These items also had a blood request. So the same process as the previous items I just mentioned. I took a sterile swab, moistened it with
The jury doesn't remember what item 22 is. You might have said it. I don't remember what it is.
And then with that test swab is what I tested for the presumptive blood test.
Y'all,
Could you
they're
please
just going to
explain
tell
the
you if it's blood or
results?
not.
So both items 22.4 and 22.5 tested positive for the possible presence of blood.
They're not going to tell you whose blood it is until
And
we
then
get to
what
the
did you
DNA
do
person.
with those items once you did the blood test?
These two sets of swabs were then prepared for DNA analysis and forwarded to the DNA section for further testing.
Okay, so for those that have not been following this case closely, I've seen confusion about whether or not Gloria Satterfield had life insurance on her. The Murdaughs did not take out life insurance on
Now, there
Gloria
was a
Satterfield.
number of,
Their insurance
guns in this
paid
case that
when
were
she fell.
processed.
Their umbrella policy.
Is that right?
I believe so.
Could you tell us about the testing you did on State's Exhibit 89, your item 30, the
Does the
Mossberg
defense know the
shotgun?
results? Yes, the defense has all of this information
So when
well
items of
before it ever
evidence are
comes in.
submitted to the SLED laboratory,
There's no s-
sometimes they have multiple requests of different departments.
There's not supposed to be
In this
surprises.
case, item 30, a Mossberg shotgun, had 3 requests for the latent prints department, for the DNA department, as well as the firearms department. So we try to organize it so that no department's analysis conflicts with another department.
Meaning,
In this
destroys
case,
it.
this item was forwarded or was sent to the latent prints department for processing. The latent prints examiners are trained in collection for touch DNA as well as swabbing up any stains that they may notice.
and they've done that. That's why we got
item
these stains
30
tested for
had a
blood.
blood request on it. The latent prints examiner, which took this item into their custody, requested that I come down as a second pair of eyes to visually examine this item for any possible staining. We located one stain, which I tested for the possible presence of blood, and the result was negative.
And after that, are you aware of any further processing on that Mossberg shotgun?
We will
I
not
am not. So
know
I
more
was
about the
there
blood
with the examiner,
until
and it
the
remained
DNA.
within that examiner's custody the entire time.
So once we get to DNA, we'll
All right,
know
let's
more.
move on
This
to
is
the
just
other
foundation.
shotguns. We have a Browning shotgun, a Benelli Black Eagle 2 12-gauge shotgun,
I'm going to answer this when we get a minute.
the rifle. In addition to the guns we've already talked about. Can you kind of sum up how you analyzed those 3 different guns?
So those 3 different guns that you just mentioned were items 31, 32, and 33. They were done in the same manner as item 30, as I just mentioned. So they were within the custody of the latent prints examiner. I went down to visualize it
This
for any
witness
possible
could do
staining.
DNA, but isn't
The results for
clearly.
these 3 guns, however,
It seems
was
like
no
this witness
apparent
is
blood
just
stains
doing
present.
blood.
And did you do
And did
anything
not
else
do
to
DNA.
check for blood at that point?
I did nothing further with these items.
Yeah. So is qualified to do DNA, but did not do DNA in this case, only did blood in this case. It took me way too long to realize that, but my coffee hasn't started yet. So
If you
there's
could take
blood
a
on
look and
very
tell
few
us,
items at the moment.
What items are contained in Exhibit 83?
May I open this?
Yes.
Astrid asked, why is Dick so delay happy? It always benefits the defense when there's a delay. The jurors forget the important things from the state's case, and then the defense case comes in after the delay, and it is a benefit to them. But they also have to ask for it to preserve it on appeal later. So I'm not surprised he asked for the world. I think, Dick, we learned also wants more time to look at the OnStar data. The OnStar data is data that was just turned over to the prosecution and defense over the weekend in the 3-week trial, or a 3-week trial turning into a 5-week trial. So I think he wants more time for his experts to go over it. I think that's a big part of it. So the Canright said, coming in from Romania, didn't have earthquake on my bingo card today. Hope everyone is well and
Exhibit
safe.
83 contains SLED items
Earthquakes are so
51
scary.
Agent Nguyen, you don't have to go through the SLED item numbers.
through
Thank you.
60.
Yeah. And those items are what, though?
They are all swabs that were taken from the Chevy Suburban.
And can you tell us what kind of testing was done on those swabs?
So it appears that these swabs were collected because they were Blue Star positive, which to my understanding is a presumptive test used by the crime scene unit to indicate areas of possible blood staining. Since they
I
were
know.
already
Look at that.
presumptively tested,
Gloves.
I used a confirmatory test to test these swabs for the presence of blood. So SLED items 51 through 55 and 57 through 60 were all negative with that testing, which means there's no human blood identified.
The
Item
judge
56,
pulled them from a hat
which was swabs
and resat
collected
them.
from steering wheel, had a positive result, which means blood was identified on this item.
So blood was on the steering
And
wheel.
what kind of testing did you do to confirm that blood?
I used a confirmatory test called Hemotrace.
And how does
They
hemotrace
didn't
work?
remind us which
So
steering wheel.
Hemotrace is a card test. It's similar to a pregnancy test or more relevant, a COVID test. You take a sample from the item of evidence, place it in a solution, and it should sit there for a while. And then once
they got
it has
DNA
mixed
from
in
the
with
blood on the
solution,
steering wheel, that will be
solution then
very
placed
interesting.
on this card test, and then a
Very
result will be revealed.
Did they say suburban?
Results
Good.
are
Thank you,
read
chat.
after 10 minutes.
And what are the potential results from that test? Just in general.
Good.
from
Thanks,
the
chat.
hemotrace testing.
There's a positive result or a negative result.
And in this case, what was the result on the steering wheel swab?
On the steering wheel swab, it was positive, which is a result of blood identified.
And then what did you do with that swab once you completed your test?
So item 56 was then prepared for DNA analysis and forwarded to the DNA section for further analysis.
So we'll have to wait to see
Okay,
whose
I'm
blood
going to
is
next
on the
show you
suburban.
Items, or state's exhibit, 251 and 252.
It'll be very interesting to see because Alex said he
Those are marked
touched
for
Maggie and
identification
Paul, but he had no blood on him. So how is blood on the steering wheel if it's their blood? So we won't know whose blood it is till we get to DNA. If it's human blood, that's fair, chat. If it's human blood, we won't know.
Can you tell us what are those items?
So state's exhibit 251 corresponds to the left fingernail clippings and right fingernail clippings of Margaret Murdaugh. State's exhibit 252 corresponds to the left fingernail clippings and right fingernail clippings of Paul Murdaugh.
So on state's 251, the fingernail clippings from Margaret Murdaugh, what, if anything, did you do to those items?
These would come from
So state's exhibit
the
251.
ME.
What's received is clipping from her fingernails. So I will take a portion of the clippings that have been submitted, place it within a tube, and forward it to the DNA section for further analysis.
Okay, and when you say a portion of the clippings, does that mean you clip some more and send to DNA, or what does that mean?
So the literal fingernail clippings are what's being submitted within the envelope. So say there's 5 clippings. I will forward approximately 2 to 3 of what's been submitted, place it within the tube, and that's what will be forwarded for analysis.
And did you do the same process with State's Exhibit 252, the fingernail clippings from Paul Murdaugh?
Yes, State's Exhibit 252 will receive the same preparation for DNA analysis.
Your Honor, this time the state would move Exhibits 251 and 252 into evidence.
No objection.
I'll be very interested to see
They're admitted.
what, if anything, those say.
All right, Agent Nguyen, next, if you could tell us a little about State's Exhibit 418.
Blood on the
which
steering
was,
wheel of the Suburban
Alec
could
Murdaugh's
be
shirt.
something. Blood on the guns could be something. We just don't
Could
know,
you
but we can't get to
describe how,
knowing whose blood it is.
You first
until we do this
processed the
part.
shirt when it was initially received by the lab.
This is needed foundation, but
So the white shirt from Richard Murdaugh was submitted with a blood request on
but we don't know yet.
June 9th of 2021. I processed this item for the possible presence of blood. So that entails I first visually examined the shirt for any areas that are consistent with the staining of blood. Then I tested these items that I have indicated with our phenolphthalein presumptive test for blood. 2 stains were tested. Both stains were positive for the possible presence of blood. 1 stain located at the exterior front bottom edge of white shirt was forwarded to the DNA section for further analysis. Afterward,
Just a second.
okay.
And I'm going to hand you State's 460.
Okay. I don't think blood spatter is coming in. I really don't. We'll
And you
see.
just said that stain was processed and sent to DNA. How did you process that? Did you send the
So-
whole
we'll see.
shirt, or how did that work?
So
coffee
the
time.
stain that I had located, I cut that stain from the shirt. I then prepared it for DNA analysis, which means I cut a small portion of that stain, placed it within the tube, labeled that tube, and forwarded the cutting as well as the portion that I have prepared to the DNA section for further analysis.
And that cutting is contained in State's 460, is that correct?
That cutting is contained in Stage 460.
And what date did you perform that initial analysis?
On June 9th of 2021.
And I think you mentioned there was another stain also located on the shirt at that time.
Yes, 2 stains were presumptively tested.
Was that second stain cut on June the 8th?
It was not. It remained in the shirt and was identified with the presumptive test result.
Now, due to ongoing investigation, did you come back and examine that shirt again?
Yes, so afterwards, a request was relayed to
It's
me
kind of
to
bleeding.
go back to the shirt and retrieve that stain and forward it for DNA analysis.
Did you do any other testing this second time around?
So when I went to remove that second stain, I met with members of the crime scene unit, Lieutenant Wallace, as well as Special Agent Worley, and they processed the shirt with their LCV testing, which to my understanding is their presumptive test for blood.
And what was discovered during the LCD testing?
So
She didn't
after
test it.
removing the second stain from the June 9th date that I processed it, 10 additional stains were identified from the LCV processing,
10.
which were cut from the shirt and prepared for DNA analysis and forwarded for further testing.
And I will show you State's 461.
If I'm the prosecution, I'm not even dealing with blood spatter. I'm going to go with these results and nothing else.
Are those
That's it.
additional cuttings from-
That's all. Because the blood spatter expert is a mess. And I went through the the defense motion on the blood spatter expert, and you are welcome to take a look at it. For those of you just coming in and commenting on masks, 2 jurors were removed earlier today because they have tested positive for COVID. People are going to choose to wear them or not. That's it. There's no real need to debate it. We're in the middle of watching a murder trial. So, people are going to do what they choose to do. And if you don't like what they choose to do, it's okay. You don't have to watch a murder trial. That's fine. So they have tested the rest of the jurors. The rest of the jurors
There
have
are quite a few
stayed
cuttings here.
present. They've all
Mhm.
tested negative, and they will retest jurors on Wednesday. So that is
Yes, so
all.
all the cuttings from the shirt are here.
Okay. Now, as far as you're concerned, did you process the shirt any further?
No, besides preparing these additional stains that were identified, nothing further was done.
So this is about the white shirt. If I were them, I would just leave
I
this.
cut a small portion from each of the stains that was indicated as being positive and forwarded it to the DNA section for further analysis.
All right. and
Katie, we will not
Exhibit
know any more
418
about the
is
blood
defendant's shorts.
until we get to the DNA.
How were those shorts processed in comparison to the shirt?
So the shorts also were submitted with a blood request. They were processed in a similar manner. Several stains were tested. However, 2 were positive for the possible presence of blood. A stain located at the front left interior pocket of the pair of green shorts was forwarded for further analysis. This was processed on the same June 9th date of 2021. The shorts were also additionally processed at the same time the shirt was additionally processed to retrieve a second stain that was indicated as the possible presence of blood. And then the same members of the crime scene unit also processed the shirt with their LCV testing.
And I believe you still have.
So
item-
we will
or,
get
excuse me,
to
Exhibit 460
the
up
DNA
there.
testing, hopefully next.
Does that contain?
That would make sense.
The first cutting from the pair of pants on June 8th?
Yes, State's Exhibit 460 contains the
It's
first
possible.
cutting from the pair of shorts from June 8th, or 9th, I'm sorry.
And then State's Exhibit 461. What cutting, that contains cutting from the pants on July 21st?
Lorna, that's
that
going
right?
to take more of a answer. She said her test only tests for human blood. I might have missed that. I am.
Yes, so
this trial
State's
is
Exhibit
hurt my
461
brain.
does contain the additional cuttings.
They
so
will
the
DNA test
second
every
stain
single
that had
stain
tested
for blood.
positive on the June
So we
9th
will hear exactly
processing
what it
date,
is.
as well as 6
later.
additional stains were indicated from the crime scene unit when they processed the pair of shorts with their LCV testing.
And then what did you do with those
Because
cuttings?
the LCV and the presumptive
once you
tests are
took them?
different.
The cuttings for the shorts were prepared for DNA analysis. Once again, cutting a small portion of the stain and forwarding it for further analysis.
And I'm going to show you State's 473.
The different
take a
departments
look
use
at
different
that.
types of testing for different things.
Do you
Jess said
recognize
tag you in a
that as-
timeline somewhere.
what
I'll
do
go
you
take a look
recognize that as?
later
So
on
this
so I don't get
appears to
distracted.
be a photo of item
Thank you, Farah.
20.2, which is the cutting from front left interior pocket of pair of green shorts from Richard Murdaugh.
Your Honor, this time I would move State's 473 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
This is all foundation that is needed to get to the DNA, which gives us the information we really need. This is a hunting property. If there's blood on stuff, I'm not too worried about it. I mean, my kid cut his foot yesterday. So, my house yesterday was me wiping blood off of things because of his foot, because footsies absolutely bleed. But until we know whose it is, and if it's not supposed to be there, then it doesn't really help too much. But the defendant said he touched both Maggie and Paul. So if Maggie or Paul's blood has their DNA on the steering wheel of the Suburban, but he's completely clean. Oh,
And,
we got to
Agent
see the
Nguyen, if you
evidence
could
today.
Describe to the
What is happening on
jurors
Monday?
what they're looking at in that picture.
So this is the stain that was tested.
Okay.
And as you can see, I have labeled it with the SLED item number, both on the physical item as well as it's contained within
We're
a manila
seeing the
envelope,
Elmo, y'all.
which has the unique case number, item
What's
number,
happening?
the request was for blood, the location it was taken from, as well as that it's a cutting. In addition, you can see my initials and date from when I prepared this for DNA analysis.
Cheers.
And again,
Cheers.
sorry, what were the
Look, it's
presumptive
even in
results
focus.
of the testing for blood?
So the presumptive results for this stain were that it was positive for the possible presence of blood.
Look,
And we talked a little bit
cuttings
about the
of
cuttings.
shirts. I've never been so happy. 16 days into trial, and we got to see what was on the Elmo. Whoopee. Who knew? Who knew?
Kind of aid the jury in seeing what you actually did.
There is a court order about
I'm going to show
specific
you
crime
States
scene photos.
471 and 472.
About specific crime scene photos that show the victims. So there
Do you
is
recognize
a
those pictures?
limited court order.
I do recognize these pictures.
With regard to
They're
that.
from the additional processing that occurred on the shirt.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 471 and 472 into evidence.
No objection.
We got to see the
Fair
cuttings,
admitted.
y'all. You got to see the cuttings. Look at that. That was so helpful.
On states 472.
So helpful.
kind of describe to the jurors what they're looking at here and
Y'all, I'm not going to switch
Focus your
feeds because not all the
attention to
feeds
the-
are showing what's on the Elmo.
areas in the shirt that you
So I
cut.
will wait.
If you can see.
So
Okay,
if you
this
look
is the
in
shirt.
the square labeled E7, there is a stain that's circled.
You can
It
make
has
battleship
the
jokes.
item
I get
number
it.
19.3, as well as a plus theme. That was the second stain that I had tested on the
This is
original
the shirt
processing
grid,
date that was to be retrieved.
And they grid it
during
out to
this
say where they're
time of
testing from.
processing. Then you can see there are additional stains circled in blue with letter identifiers. Those were areas of
So,
staining that was
that's why there's a
identified
grid.
from the crime scene unit when they processed with their LCV test. Each stain
They're being
has the
submitted as evidence
sub-item
now.
twice. That is to, one is to stay with the stain once I've cut it, and then one is to stay within the shirt. So in the event that you needed to know where that stain had originated, you could locate it.
And then State's Exhibit 471.
Yes, it does look like a poorly drawn coastal
State's
map.
Exhibit 471 is the front of the shirt. It has several areas of staining that were circled as a result of the LCV processing by the crime scene unit.
The LCV makes it go purpley.
And those are also areas that you cut.
So in like B,
Yes, so once
like
again, I have written
F6,
the sub-item
you
numbers that
can
they were
see the purpley
assigned,
stain.
and then removed each of
Right
these stainings
over
along the line that I've outlined, and prepared these stains for further analysis for DNA.
And you said you followed the same process regarding the.
I don't think it's a
That is
mistake
correct.
that we get to see these. I think they've finally figured out how to do it.
Let's move on to State's
properly.
Exhibit 419, which was the shoes of the defendant.
So that's what I'm thinking. I haven't seen the front pocket, but we don't know what area of the shirt that was from. That could have been from lower down in the shirt because there was already cutting taken from the pocket. So that was from
So
further
the
down the
shoes,
shirt. That's not
which
the whole
are,
shirt.
Described as a pair of red, yellow, and white tennis shoes from Richard Murdaugh. They had the same blood request, so I visually examined the shoes for any areas of possible blood staining and then tested those stainings. 2 were indicated as being possibly positive for the possible presence of blood.
2 were possibly
one
positive for the possible
But
presence of
one
blood.
stain was forwarded for DNA analysis, and
It's
it was
not gonna get
located
us to a
on the
murder
left
conviction.
shoelace of the pair of red, yellow, and white tennis shoes.
And are those cuttings in State's Exhibit 460 that you already have up there with you?
I think Murdaugh would have been
Yes,
better off
the
if he
cutting
did
from the
have blood
shoes
on
is
him
contained
after
within
saying
State's
he
Exhibit
touched Paul
460.
and Maggie.
Your
It's
Honor,
so
this time the
confusing that
state
he's
removes
clean
tapes
and that
460 and 461
makes the blood seem like a bigger deal.
evidence.
It makes it seem like somebody was trying to
I
hide
admit
it. If he had touched them and had blood on him because he's like, look, I touched them, none of this would be a big deal at all. It would be like, obviously he has blood on him
All right,
because
Nguyen, we're making
he
some
touched them.
progress
Now,
here.
now
State's
it's-
Exhibit 226 was a blue
now it looks like something's being
raincoat.
hidden. I hear long crime has fixed their feed. I'll go back in a minute because you know
Can
I love the closed
explain to
captions.
the jurors what you did to process that item?
The lack of blood
So
with
the
then
blue
like
raincoat
little bits of
also
blood
had 2 types
feels
of
more sus.
processing. During
It
the
does.
first time of processing, which occurred on October 7th of 2021.
That alone's not enough.
The raincoat was processed for the possible presence of blood.
Oh, it's the
This
tarp
was done by
raincoat.
myself, as well as members of the crime scene unit, Lieutenant Wallace, as well as Special Agent Moore. I first
There was no
performed
blood, I don't think.
presumptive testing with our blood tests, and then the crime scene unit went behind and then processed with the raincoat with their LCV testing. I tested 71 stains. All 71 stains were negative for the possible presence of blood. After that, the LCV processing took place.
Excuse me?
No areas of interest were indicated.
What the fuck's on the
as interpreted
raincoat?
by the crime scene unit as being positive, and therefore, on October 7th of 2021, nothing was forwarded for DNA analysis.
What are the
And
stains
why
on
was
the
nothing
raincoat?
forwarded? Simply,
There were no stains that indicated the possible presence of blood.
Okay.
all right. Then did you go back and re-examine
What are they
the
then?
raincoat?
Yes, an additional request came in for the raincoat for ownership. Once again, ownership is a collection method for DNA to identify the primary wearer of an item.
Okay. And how did you process that for ownership?
2 sets of swabs were taken off the raincoat. The first set of swabs was identified as item 173.2, which were swabs from interior cuffs, collar, and hood, interior and exterior zipper area, zipper, and zipper pull of the blue raincoat. The second set of swabs that were taken from the raincoat
So to see who
were
owns it.
identified as item
Pull on the
173.3,
thingies.
swabs from side openings, zipper area, and both interior portions of exterior pocket of the blue raincoat. In addition,
Excuse me. Alhanji states 462.
She's just trying to get through all the exhibities. It's a lot of exhibities. Like a lot of exhibities. I'm going to answer some questions while she's figuring the exhibities, while she's touching the exhibities.
And
If that's
what are
Maggie's
those?
blood, he
Are those
put
the
her
swabs
phone
you were
in his
just telling us
t-shirt
about?
pocket. That
States
blood stain
Exhibit
is inside the pocket.
462 are both
Yes.
sets of swabs that I just recently spoke
There was
about
blood
from collecting from
inside the
raincoat.
t-shirt pocket. I think that's
what
going
did
to
you
be a
do with
very
those
big deal
swabs?
when we find out
These
whose it
swabs were
is.
prepared for DNA analysis and forwarded to the DNA section for further analysis.
This time the state would move to admit States Exhibit 462.
We might need an Elmo emoji.
No objection.
Yeah, it's
Hello,
admitted.
Matt Bond, who says,
And,
hello,
Major,
spiffy legal
when
mumbo
you
jumbo talkie
were,
friend.
Examining the raincoat for ownership, did you find anything on that raincoat to help with that analysis? Such
No.
as hair or anything like that?
So part of the ownership processing is to
Bleeding.
look for hair. The raincoat, there was no hair found.
Did you say
Elmo,
also
where were you on
notice
Friday?
anything about
Yes.
the condition of
K.
the
McD.
raincoat?
Yes, so on my evidence worksheet, which is where we document the items that we perform processing on, as well as the respective results, I also document any describing factors. So on this worksheet, in regards to the blue raincoat, I do have that the plastic seam liner was coming off throughout the item.
What did you say?
I
Plastic
called it a
seam
plastic
liner.
seam liner,
It's an
Was
old
coming
ass
off, I can't
raincoat.
hear you.
coming off throughout the item.
Thank you.
It's old
All right.
or worn.
All right. Also,
It's
in
a
this
worn
case,
raincoat.
did you receive a
There's
number
nothing really
of
to
buckle
object to
swabs?
this, even if it's leading.
I did.
The evidence is what it is. The reports
that
say what they
was,
say. So with this stuff, it's foundational. It's just
What did you
sometimes
do with
technically
those,
annoying.
buckle swabs when you received them?
So buckle swabs
Yeah,
don't
he was
require
definitely
any
in
testing on my part.
red
I
and
just
yellow
prepare
shoes.
those buckle swabs for DNA analysis. Once again, cutting a small portion off of each swab, placing it within a tube, and forwarding it for further analysis.
All right, Agent Nguyen.
No
this
further
tape has
questions?
No further questions
Okay.
at this time. If you'll please answer
I'm going
any
to
questions
switch
from the-
feeds so we can get back to, hopefully get back to closed captioning.
Agent, excuse me, good morning, Agent Nguyen. Is it agent, am I right?
Is it agent?
Very briefly, at the outset, you discussed collecting for DNA testing for the
Y'all.
blackout cartridges. Is that correct?
I really hope
Collecting
they
for
don't
the
leave
possible presence of touch DNA.
their
yes.
boxes small all day.
And
We'll
did you
switch
only
back and
test
forth.
2 of those cartridges?
All 7 were processed using the soaking
Yeah.
method.
Oh, he was the one.
Okay.
He was absolutely coughing just now.
With that processing method,
Could be a lot of
any
reasons,
results
though.
that you were received, would they be specific to any one cartridge, or would it just be for the collection of all 7?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Would you have results for DNA from the way that you collected the sample for a specific shell case, or would it be for all 7 as a set?
Okay, I just want to clarify, I did say there were 7 cartridges,
That's a
there
good
are only 6.
Question.
So although they are being individually soaked, they are being combined within that filtration unit. So the results would be from all of the cartridges together.
Oh, interesting. That's a great question.
And you had positive presumptive tests
That's a
for 2
really good
shotguns,
question.
correct? Portions of 2 shotguns?
Do you have a item number that corresponds?
I can get those in a second. Do you remember there are 2 shotguns you just testified had positive presumptive blood tests?
Here's why I said it's a good question. They took all of the different cartridge casings and put them all together. So there's no way to say this cartridge casing from Maggie's body or this cartridge casing from this other point are different.
One was
They were
SLED
all
item
together.
number 15.
Yes,
those are
so
all the
the
ones near
swabs
Maggie's
from
body.
the Benelli shotgun, item 15, was positive for the possible presence of blood However, I believe you mean the second set of swabs, item 16, that was negative.
And then there was later
So there was
SLED
gun
item
in
22.
one place on the Benelli.
Oh, yes, the two sets of swabs from SLED item 22 were both positive for the possible presence of blood.
So
So
all
I
of
guess-
those cartridge casings are from near Maggie's
What
body.
exactly is a presumptive test?
Why would they not
So
test
a
them separately?
presumptive
I
test
don't
is
know.
indicating the possible presence of a body fluid, in this case, blood. It's not confirming the presence, it's just an indication so that we can further test that stain.
And then it goes to
And
DNA.
how does it indicate the possible presence of blood?
So the phenolphthalein test interacts with the hemoglobin found within blood, and that's what it's basically giving a positive result with.
Is it fair to say that it changes color? It's like a dye and it changes color?
So it's a color change test based on the presence of the hemoglobin. A swab that's being tested will turn a bright pink color.
And is that presumptive test specific to human blood?
It is not specifically human blood. It can be human blood or animal blood.
There we go.
Could chemicals other than blood cause a positive test result?
So the phenolphthalein test has what we call false positives, which can give a positive result, but it is not blood. Those include copper salts, nickel salts, rust, as well as some plant and peroxidases, which include broccoli, cauliflower, horseradish. It also can give a positive result for pus and sometimes in the presence of bacteria.
Okay, so
That's a lot
so there are a
of
number of
false
things that give a
positives.
positive result. Is that why you also have a confirmatory test?
If we test something for the possible presence of blood, we don't typically do a confirmatory test unless it's requested. We just store that sample for DNA analysis.
Right, because the DNA will tell you what it is.
Who would request a confirmatory test?
Usually an investigator of an agency may request it. Sometimes solicitors or defense attorneys may request
This
an
is
additional
why it
test.
goes to DNA.
And the confirmatory
This is why it
test,
goes
I
to
think
DNA.
you testified is just
'Cause
basically
DNA
like a
will
COVID
confirm
test?
It works similar to a COVID test.
2 lines means human blood?
It'll have a line to indicate that the test is working properly, which is a control line. And then if it is positive, it will have an additional second line. If that second line does not show, that means that the test is negative.
Is it an accurate test?
I would say that it's an accurate test as long as the control line is present.
It's more accurate than the presumptive test. That's why you use it, correct?
So the confirmatory test is saying that yes, blood is identified on the item that's being tested.
Human blood.
Human blood, as well as higher primate blood and ferret blood.
It's not fairy blood.
And you did not do any
Ferret
confirmatory
blood.
tests on the
Higher
shotguns?
primate and ferret
I did not do
blood.
any confirmatory tests on the shotgun swabs.
And that was simply because no one asked you to.
That's because it went to DNA, dude.
In effort to not consume any of the sample on the swabs, as a swab is a small area, we just forward it for DNA analysis.
Well, she definitely said ferret blood, though closed captioning thought it was fairy and actually spelled anyway. Closed captioning said fairy.
But in the Chevy Suburban, you
So
did
funny.
perform a hemotrace test?
Yes, because that these swabs for the Chevy Suburban were already previously
Oh, look, we've got
processed
squares
with another
back.
presumptive test by the crime scene unit, we could not presumptive test behind because our two tests work in a similar manner.
Whose decision was it to do the hemotrace test on the Chevy Suburban?
That is typically how we process items of evidence that we receive from the crime scene unit in the form of swabs based on any of their presumptive testing.
I did
But-
not have
but,
fairy
like,
blood
who made
on
the
my
decision
bingo
to do
card
the
for this
hemotrace
trial.
test on that steering wheel? The
At
name
all.
of a person,
I perform the hemotrace test.
on your own initiative.
No, that is a common way we do testing on swabs that have already been collected based on a presumptive test.
Did someone instruct you to perform a hemotrace test on the steering wheel?
No, it is part of our general operating procedures.
But you did not perform hemotrace tests on the weapons?
The swabs that were collected off of the weapons, no, because they were not presumptively testing prior, so I could use our presumptive test on those items.
Did you perform or prepare any samples from the victim's clothing or bodies other than the fingernail clippings that you discussed?
Good
I
questions.
do not believe so.
Okay, so the only thing from the body of Maggie Murdaugh or Paul Murdaugh that you tested were the fingernail clippings from Maggie Murdaugh?
So I prepared the fingernail clippings for DNA analysis, as well as the buccal swabs from those individuals.
Right. But nothing else from their bodies, correct?
No, I did not test their
Or their
clothing.
clothing, or their clothing,
I
sorry.
did not test their clothing.
She wasn't asked to test their clothing. The defense does a very good job of asking people why they didn't do things that literally aren't their job to do. But the jury doesn't know it's not their job to do. And a lot of you might not know it's their job to
When
do.
looking at the T-shirt
It's
that you
just
just
like,
testified
well, you didn't do
about,
this. Why not? And it's a
and
good
those cuttings,
strategy.
I think you have opened a bag and the cuttings were there and you prepared them. Did you perform any serology tests on those cuttings?
No, I just removed those cuttings from the shirt as the result of the crime scene testing.
This is my favorite.
Are you
of the
aware of
defense
any
team's
serology
attorneys.
tests being performed
Truly.
on those cuttings?
Of the shirt,
Yes, of those big shirt cuttings.
I believe there was further analysis performed on those cuttings.
Just not by her.
Did somebody other than you later perform serology tests on those cuttings, to your knowledge?
It is my understanding that there was additional testing on those cuttings,
Serology testing,
serology testing.
specifically hemotrace.
I believe there was hemotrace
I don't know,
performed
man,
on the
not my
cuttings from the
job.
shirt.
I don't know why it wasn't
that-
her job.
just
She
to be
seems
clear,
more
that
than
wasn't
qualified for it to
performed by
be
you.
her job.
I did not perform hemotrace on any of the cuttings on the shirt.
Okay.
Did you perform any hemotrace tests on the shorts or tennis shoes?
I did not perform any hemotrace testing on the shorts or the shoes.
Darby, why doesn't the state ask if it's their job in rebuttal? I think the state's too close to the case and they might think it doesn't matter. Sometimes they do ask. Sometimes they don't, but his questions are the
I
most
guess,
clear.
Maybe a little bit of background to
And this
understand.
particular
maybe who
defense
does
attorney's
what.
style is
When you're working on this case,
easiest for me to follow.
do you have like a direct supervisor?
I do have a direct supervisor.
And who is that person?
Her name is Laura Hash.
I would like to talk to your supervisor. Why, counsel?
And is she the
Why?
person who directs your activities as regard to this case?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Objections overruled.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Is Lieutenant Laura Hash the person who would direct your activities with regards to this case?
That is relevant.
So based on our operating manual, as well as my training experience, based on the requests of certain items that are submitted, I will decide how those are tested. However, if additional processing is requested, those usually are communicated to me through my direct supervisor.
Because when additional testing is needed, they can't do destructive testing, so the other people can't test
And
it.
just for
And
clarity,
that needs to be
we've talked a bit about DNA, but you're
coordinated.
just preparing samples and they go to someone else who does the analysis and reports. That's not you, correct?
That's correct. I am just preparing the samples for further analysis.
He did say that's not her job. That's fair.
Is the only hemotrace test that you did for this case the steering wheel? Well, strike that. The Chevy Suburban, I believe there may have been some negative tests from the Suburban, but were those the only hemotrace tests you did for this case?
But there were also some
No,
positive tests,
I
counsel.
did hemotrace the swabs from the Chevy Suburban. I also hemotrace tested swabs collected from a Ford F-250.
And what were the results from the Ford F-250?
What was the name of the Ford F-250?
There were
I don't think the state asked
4
about the Ford.
swabs submitted from the Ford F-250, and the results for all 4 of those sets of swabs were negative for human blood.
So
they
the
said
steering
human
wheel was
blood
the
on the
only positive
hemotrace, 'cause
test
the
that you did
hemotrace does
for
human blood.
hemotrace?
Yes, the steering wheel from the Chevy Suburban is the only positive hemotrace result I
Great.
have.
Nikki asked, what has been your highest viewings? 37,000. There must be a bunch of you in the chat. Hi, everybody in the chat. Do the YouTube things. Our highest viewing was over 370,000 live concurrent viewers. I don't think we're going to top that with this trial. But that has been our highest. We're going to just have to deal with the law and crime grift. I get it. My podcast regularly outperforms their podcast. I get it. I like Anjanette Levy, so I have no beef with that. But they're like, look, if everybody's going to be streaming our feed because we show all 3 cameras, might as well.
Just
So
one
we've been
final
over
question, a little
40,000
set
on
of
Murdaugh.
questions.
But
It seems
we
like
haven't been into
sometimes the
hundreds
crime
yet.
scene people or
We will by
department,
the
I
end of the
shouldn't just say
trial, I'm
people,
sure.
but I guess their department do presumptive
So-
blood tests. Is that correct?
Yes, it's my understanding that the crime scene unit does perform presumptive blood tests.
And the initials LCV have been used. I think you might have mentioned. What does that mean?
It stands for leucocrystalline violet.
And can you describe that test?
I don't
She
know much
doesn't
about the test. I
perform
just know that
LCV
it is
testing.
a test
Again, not
that
her
the crime
job.
scene unit uses as their presumptive blood test.
Not her job. Not her job. Just say, that's not
Do you
my
know
job.
what color it
That's
turns
not my
when
job.
there's a positive result?
It'll turn a purple color.
It's okay to be like, I don't do the LCV testing. That's a different unit, which she said.
So
at the
with,
beginning.
I think
When you answer things that aren't your job, it's always
let
a
me ask
losing game.
this. Why,
Always.
we saw a picture of the shirt
Helping doesn't help.
gridded out.
Don't try to help.
Remember that exhibit.
I do.
Pull it up. Let's look at the grid again.
Why was the presumptive
Exhibit E's.
test done? It was at the SLED laboratory. Is that the location that was?
Are you asking about the LCV processing?
Yes. Where was that test conducted?
That was done at the SLED laboratory.
Why was that done by the crime scene unit and not the serology unit?
We do not use LCV testing, and I am unsure as to why that particular test was chosen to be used by the crime scene unit.
Well above her pay
Because in
grade.
earlier, you did tests on the hem, right? The pheno tests on the front and back hem of the shirt. Is that correct?
I did.
But then the crime scene unit later came back and in the lab did a different kind of test.
That is correct.
And you don't know why?
I was not part of that decision. I was just notified that they would be performing that test while I was retrieving the additional stain that I had
That's-
tested earlier.
A very diplomatic way to say, not my job. Nobody
finally, it seems
consults
like-
me. It's above my pay grade.
If something is tested presumptive in the field and comes to you, you do a confirmatory test. Is that what happened with the Chevy Suburban?
Yes, that's correct.
But if something comes to you and there's not been a presumptive test, like with the shotguns, then you don't perform a confirmatory test?
No, I do the presumptive test.
Do you know why that's the policy?
It's an effort to not consume as much sample on a swab.
could have
A
just
swab is
said
it's like
yes.
a sterile Q-tip. So essentially the surface area is very small. So in efforts to not consume the sample and to give more for DNA analysis.
Here's
that's
how to
what's
what's
done.
better. Answer what's asked. Do
If
you know
something
why
goes
that's
to
the
DNA
policy?
analysis and there's
Yes.
some result,
That's
does it ever
Let
come
them ask
back
the next
for a
question.
blood test to see if the
Don't
source of the
offer more
DNA was
than
blood?
asked, ever.
To be phen tested.
No, for hematrace test.
As I mentioned, hematrace testing can be requested on the back end as any of our CAR tests can be.
In your experience, I think we had some testimony about your experience. If
Oh, they're
DNA is
very
found on
interested in the
something,
Chevy,
is
so am
there
I,
ever
though.
then a time that you go back and say, hey, was the source of this DNA blood, and do a hematrace test?
Hematrace specifically, to my knowledge, no. But in my experience, there have been times that solicitors or defense attorneys will request a CAR test be done on a sample after the DNA analysis has been
Don't offer
performed.
more. Don't offer more. Just say less. Just say less. Just say less. Did you know about this? Yes or no?
And
That's it.
redirect.
None from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may sit
Good.
down.
I hope they call the DNA person next. That would make logical sense. It would make logical sense to call the DNA person next. The captions have struggled this whole time. So for those of you
We'll
that
be
are,
in recess for about 10 minutes or so.
the court's taking a break. So we are off to break. And I'm going to answer a whole bunch of questions because there are a bunch of questions here. So we're going to answer questions while the court is in recess for the morning period. All right, let us go. There was blood on the Chevy Suburban steering wheel. That's most of what we've learned today. What we've learned this morning is, here, let me swoop. Let me swoop. Let's do a quick morning summary. Swoop. What we've learned this morning, for those of you just coming in, and if you haven't, go ahead and hit the subscribe, because we do have subscribers only mode on chat, because otherwise we get swarmed with bots and we can't. Look, man, we're not having the bots spamming up the chat. It's just not a pleasant experience for anyone or for our moderators. So go ahead and hit the subscribe. 2, what we've learned this morning, 2 of the deliberating jurors have been replaced because they tested positive for the vid. I don't know where YouTube stands on the word of an illness, but that's where we're at. They have tested positive. They have been swapped out with 2 alternates. We have 3 remaining alternates of the original 6 that we started with. The defense asked to delay the case. The prosecution seemed to be on board with like, yeah, can we get an extra couple of days? The court was like, what we're not going to do is pause anything. We're going to proceed. That is why you will see some in the courtroom wearing masks. The court has asked that people do that if they want to, has provided that if people need to, and the jurors are allowed to make that decision as well. So the court is like, we're going to keep moving. They're going to retest the jurors, and the court is working with medical professionals to deal with courtroom precautions and safeties. After that, and they asked for all of the time in the world, then we learn that GM magically found OnStar data, a fucking treasure trove of OnStar data that they previously said they just didn't have. How fast the car is going, if the car's running, if the doors are locked or unlocked, the GPS locations of where that Chevy Suburban went the night of the murders. Wow! OnStar. It's here now. So the defense has turned over or had that information turned over to them. The prosecution has their experts looking at it. The defense is going to have their experts looking at it. That witness is going to come in later just for foundation. And then the prosecution said the magic words. Did you hear the magic words? Did you hear the magic words?
The prosecution said it's going to come up with their timeline witness.
There's a timeline witness. Somewhere there's a timeline witness. It's going to happen. It's going to happen just at the end. So we can all just sit here and wait. It's going to happen. There will be a timeline witness in the next 3 days. Why did GM not turn all that stuff over earlier? Fuck if I know. I have no idea. How they just magically found it, I don't know. Does this keep happening in these trials that are streamed? Yes. Yes, it does. It's like, oh, wait, you're asking about that. We can do that. We had witnesses come out of the woodwork, and we saw that in Depth v. Heard. They were like, I was watching the trial, and then you're talking about stuff that I know about. I'm a witness that had never been identified, ever. What's a timeline witness? A witness who is going to put all of this together. What the car was doing when, what the phones are doing when, who was walking where and when, everything together. Hopefully. A timeline, a witness that puts together the timeline at the end. Finally a timeline. Then we got to the serology expert who at the beginning I was like, oh, she's qualified in DNA too. I'm like, this is the DNA expert. No. They did the swabs. Then they did the serology expert, which is just the blood. And we learned that there is blood on the steering wheel of the Chevy Suburban. And there was blood on Alec Murdaugh's shirt, the white shirt, and there was blood inside the pocket on the white shirt, and there was blood on the 12-gauge shotgun, the one that Alec Murdaugh went back down to the house and got and brought back up. So we know that there are samples of blood that were sent to DNA, and we know that a ton of DNA was taken, and literally half of the damn community was swabbed for DNA. So we will see. All right. Let us continue on with your questions while we have a 10-minute break. The court's like, I'm done. We're taking a break. Respect. The judge is so sick of these attorneys' bullshit today. So tired. Mama Bear said, I listened to Mandy Matney's podcast about the Murdaughs and it broke me. There's a lot of information about this family. Summary, Alec has 99 problems, but is murder one? We're not there yet. When we get to the end of this case, it's going to be very interesting to see what has been tied together. If that timeline doesn't tie it together, they've got a problem with this case. The case has improved over the last week for the prosecution. The case has gotten stronger. It has been a very long slog. I visualize cases as starting at 0, and then the prosecution has to push it towards guilt. You start at not guilty, and the prosecution has to push it, and they have made little headway until the last week and started making more headway. We will see how it goes. And then they try to push it forward, and then kind of like tug of war, the defense tries to push it back towards not guilty in their case in chief. So we'll see what happens. Question, do we have Van Goat today? Vincent Van Goat is back. I did not travel with Vincent Van Goat. I traveled with a soundboard, but not Vincent Van Gogh or the yodeling pickle. There was a lot to travel with. There was a lot to travel with. It was a good trip. It was a very, very fast trip. Question, doesn't Agent Owen have to testify since he was the lead? The lead investigator does not have to testify. They can. We'll just see. We still need the DNA person. We still need the medical examiner. We will see if we get Cousin Eddie or not. I'm seeing conflicting reports on whether that'll happen. So we will see. Question, is the blood spatter coming in? I think if I'm the prosecution, and for those of you that are new to finding my content, I was a prosecutor for over 10 years in LA County. So I have quite a lot of trial experience, more than some prosecutorial agencies, just because LA is so busy and I'd be in trial multiple times a month, sometimes multiple times in the same day. So if I'm the prosecutor, I'm not bringing in the blood spatter. Their expert is a fucking disaster. I think bringing in blood spatter is what the defense wants to poke at, but I think it's a mess. Danger. I think the blood spatter is a red herring. I think it leaves room for confusion. This case is already overly complex. The court said it today when talking to the attorneys that this case had basically dragged on a little bit too long. So I think for not just brevity, but for clarity, the blood spatter is a mess. And we've got like the dude's testing it in his garage and shit. It's so wild. So the defense's motion about the blood spatter expert gave us a lot of tea. I don't think the state has overcome that, and I think they should leave it out. I think they can let the defense run their wheels about it, but I think they should leave it out. Absolutely. Question, I beg the court's indulgence merch. I think we might have to do I beg the chat's indulgence. I think we might have to do something along those lines. So if I'm the prosecution, I'm leaving out the blood spatter. We'll see what they decide to do. It doesn't mean the defense can't try to introduce it in their own way. I don't think the defense has a rival blood spatter expert. And if they try to, I think there will be motions to try to keep it out since the prosecution didn't admit it. But will we see the defense try to bring their own blood spatter expert to force the prosecution to rebut it? That would be interesting. Question, did you see the timeline from MOB on the vehicle GPS and Alex's phone? He drove from the house and arrived at the kennels, called 911 19 seconds later. Takes me that long to just get out of my car. I have not. I know there are timelines online. I have been traveling, so I have not seen a lot of them, but I will be putting timelines together for Quick Bits, and we will get a timeline expert, which will put all of this together for us. The judge really said, you're not a doctor, let her do her job. She knows what the guidelines and recommendations are. The judge really said that to Dick Harpootlian, who stood up like a state senator arguing about the fact that GM had gotten a bailout from the government, and this is what they do to me. It was the most ridiculous, filibustery, politician-y thing I have ever seen. It was just so funny. It was so funny to me that he's just like, after we bailed them out, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, are we here right now? We're in a court of law, dude. You're not on the floor of the state Senate. But the court also did make a comment about, where was the court's comment? Oh, that is crackling. That's not me crackling. That is the court crackling. Sorry, I'm keeping an ear on the audio feed when the court comes back, so I don't miss the judge coming back, but it's crackly. What did the judge say about it? I made a note. I'm going to have to, protracted. He called it protracted. Anytime there is a protracted trial, the court runs this risk. So that was definitely a little snipe at the prosecutors. And we saw the judge get annoyed with the prosecutors the way we've been getting annoyed. He said this multiple times that the prosecution's having a private conversation with the witness. To me, that is the judge signaling not only the prosecution, I think in that position has their back to the jurors when they're just talking to the witness. It's like, oh, hold on, we're just having a little chitty chat, but it also pulls the witness's face away from the microphone because the witness has turned to start talking to the prosecutor and is not talking to the mic. The mic at the witness stand is set to talk to the prosecutor standing at the fucking podium, not standing at their shoulder next to them. And that is a big difference. And the court has commented on it multiple times. And you would think someone at the Attorney General's office would pick up on the fact that the court is like, you're having these private little conversations excluding the jury. It's so annoying. It's rude and disrespectful to the jurors, and it doesn't help them understand. It doesn't help them understand what's going on because they're not being brought into the private conversation. So it's just wild. It's just wild. It's just wild. Wild, wild, wild. Emily, is there something wrong with the blood spatter? Yes. Why shouldn't the prosecution bring it up? The blood spatter expert is a mess, and I have an episode of the podcast about that motion. So I would just encourage you to go watch that episode of the Emily Show. It's on the channel here, and I will link it in the description if I don't forget. Question, is there a strategy to standing next to the witness? I don't think so. I think we're seeing some bad habits. And I think that this prosecution team is much more used to doing grand juries and more used to doing not jury trials like this. So I think it's a bad habit where they're used to standing next to the witness and talking together, looking over notes together. It's not a great habit. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It doesn't, I don't know. It's weird. And it feels, I mean, the prosecution also has to be mindful that they're the state, and the defense is going to argue these are the state witnesses and they didn't do this and they didn't do that. So when the prosecution makes it look like they're all part of the same law enforcement team in that way, it can be very off-putting to jurors that they're all just up there being like, oh, and what about this? And oh, and what about that? It's like, you're not in your office. You're at a trial testifying. I also find it off-putting. I don't like it. Question, didn't Dick already get his request for a mistrial on the record? PB&J, great question, but they have to preserve it as to each issue. So yes, Dick asked for a mistrial with regard to the prosecutor's wildly inappropriate blurting out of shit last week, which was also just appalling. It was the My Cousin Vinny prosecutor, and there was an objection to hearsay, and then he blurted out the thing to ask the question in a more leading fashion, saying the hearsay, and Dick threw his papers on his desk and was like, Your Honor! It's very dramatic. It's very dramatic lawyering. It's like soccer players when they flop and you're like, you're not really that hurt, but it's very dramatic for the ref. That's the point of lawyering we're at now. We're at dramatics. We have been a little, but it's getting worse. So he asked for a mistrial then, but he this morning indicated that he didn't want there to be a mistrial because of the jurors. And then they asked for a lot of other things. Maybe we need to have less people in the audience, which I think is a very fair request. The audience, yes, people have a right to be in court. Other courts are still limiting numbers. Could they limit the numbers that come into court after the lunch break or what have you? Yes, they absolutely can. They can talk to the clerk's office. Others at the courthouse also have the vid. So it's fair to say we can't just keep having all of these people in court if we have a worry about this jury. So we will see. We will see. All right. How can Dick stand there and say he doesn't want a mistrial when last week he moved for a mistrial? He doesn't want a mistrial because they run out of jurors. If he gets a mistrial, he wants it because the state did something wrong. Honestly, as disjointed as the state case, I feel like they wouldn't mind a do-over. But then again, they are in the weeds. The state is lost in the weeds. They are lost in the weeds. Let's see if we recover this week. I don't know. Are the alternates sitting in and listening? Yes. All of the jurors are present for all of the testimony. So they are there. Soccer players, when they flop around and they're not really hurt. I mean, that's what Dick's doing when he's throwing papers around in court. He's like, Your Honor, it's a big show for the referee. You know, sometimes your reaction has to be so much bigger. Teresa, Emily, why does Dick want to do this? Well, I think he wants more time. He wants more time. Time helps them. And a little pause in the trial would help the defense. And I think they're probably all tired. Maybe the attorneys will stop snuggling with the witnesses now. Let's hope so, Kimmy. It's so freaking odd. Shouldn't the judge just tell them what they will do rather than asking for input? Seems a bit weak of him. I respectfully disagree here for years. The judge is letting these attorneys put everything on the record so they can't say, well, the judge did this and the judge did this. It's like letting your kids decide what they want for dinner so they won't complain that they don't want to eat what you made. It's like, do you want this, this, or this? You pick. And then it's like, no, you picked it. You picked it. Don't complain at me now. You picked the solution. So the judge is putting it back in their court so they can't complain about what he decides. Interlocution. I think I did that terribly. In AZ, all jurors are considered full jurors, though through the trial, alternates are selected by lot and dismissed after closing arguments. So here's how a lot of states do it, is that all of the jurors are seated and they're not told who are alternates. And either that has been preordained and they're not told, or it's selected in some random manner. I prefer that. I prefer that a lot because sometimes the alternates are like, it's not going to matter. And then they're like, oh shit, I got to deliberate. I prefer not telling them which jurors are deliberating and which aren't until later. That's my preference. So, once it's circulating, it's far too late for these measures. Aaron Evans, we'll see what happens, but this could day by day be a problem. This could day by day be a problem. If other jurors become symptomatic, we could get into the end of this week and end up, I'm not saying it's going to happen. Hear me. The judge dismissed the jurors who came down with the vid instead of pausing the case. If other jurors get sick, the court is going to have to choose whether you pause and don't dismiss the jurors so that they can all resume this trial later, or they're going to have to dismiss the jurors, call a mistrial, and start all over, which would be expensive for everyone. So I don't know what the court will do if this becomes a bigger problem, but the court will have to consider pausing the trial or mistrying it. But yes, you need 12 to deliberate. And if they go down another 2 jurors, it's going to be a huge problem. And no, jurors cannot juror from home. So it's going to be a problem. What happens if it's the judge? Then generally they pause court for whatever period of time. Can they put the trial on pause? They can. They absolutely can. I don't know what the rules are for this jurisdiction, but they absolutely can, and it happens. It absolutely happens. And we saw that in the Spectre case. There were a number of pauses. That trial took forever. There were a number of pauses due to health things of the defendant and then of others. So that trial paused more than once, and that doesn't surprise me. All right, it looks like the court's coming back. I'm going to keep answering questions once the mics come up. All right, here we go. I'll keep answering questions. John Grisham, take notes for Runaway Jury 2. I mean, the panini has definitely made court difficult in ways court never anticipated. Though this happens every year. I had plenty of trials where a juror would end up with something that they couldn't come to court. An ill parent, child, the flu. It happens. This is not new. This is just on a different scale. So, but this is not a new problem.
You bring the jury.
Bring the jury. Oh, wait, that was the wrong one. I meant applause. It is not unusual that there are issues with jurors, and there are all kinds of things. And we saw that earlier. There was a juror that ended up in the ER earlier in this trial and was removed. So it's not uncommon that jurors have stuff. Mama Bear said GM wants the tea. Doesn't it feel that way? Doesn't it feel like GM's like, oh shit, we probably do have that info. Well, why not just respond to the subpoena though? When you're subpoenaed and you swear that you don't have that information, I got questions about GM, and I think people are going to start asking those questions. Interested to see what the next witness is. I hope it's the DNA person, but they're bringing the jury. Leslie Ann said, join the law nerds to watch the trial live. Avoid the vid. No hard pews. Have snacks, and you don't even have to wear pants. I'm personally wearing pants, as I do every day when I stream, but I'm also wearing fuzzy slippers and a, thumbprint hole hoodie from Target. I am as comfy as can be. So here we go.
Thank you. Your next witness.
This case called Sara Zapata.
Sara Zapata looks like a law enforcement witness based on the fact that it looks like she has a pin under her hair. So but no binder. I don't see a binder. I can't imagine this being one of the lab personnel without a binder. The lab personnel always have binders. So let's see. Are they going to tell if it's a Sarah with an A or Sarah with a H? I don't know if we're going to get that information. What is happening? What in the world? Oh, she has a full fucking box that he carried for her. Okay, maybe the DNA person.
Sara Zapata, Zapata.
Agent Zapata, I think we have
A whole fucking box.
what would you call that? A container of, is that your notes up there?
Yes, my case file and other relevant documents.
Okay, to aid you in your testimony if necessary.
Yes.
Oh, her binder's purple.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
Hi, Sarah.
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, commonly known as SLED,
Are you in the
And how
DNA
long
division?
have you worked for SLED?
for about 7.5 years.
Are you the DNA person?
What is your job title there?
I am a forensic scientist in the DNA casework department.
Yay.
What are some of your duties as a forensic scientist in DNA?
As a DNA analyst, I will look at the requests for different items of
Just
evidence.
speak into the mic,
I
Sarah.
can perform serology testing if necessary or refer to the serologist results. I will
Finally,
take
DNA.
the items of evidence as well as any known standards through our standard laboratory procedures to develop a DNA profile. The steps of that analysis are extraction, which is where we are trying to isolate any DNA present on that evidence item from the evidence item itself, as
And
well as
Agent, if you could pull the microphone, speak up a little bit.
Sure,
Look
sorry.
at the mic.
As well as from any other cellular material present. The second step is quantitation, where we're trying to approximate how much DNA is present on that sample so that we can target the appropriate amount of DNA for the next step, which is amplification. Amplification works kind of like a chemical copy machine. We're targeting specific areas of the DNA that have been shown through scientific studies to vary from person to person. And we're trying to make copies of that so that it can be detected by our final instrument, which is what actually separates the DNA into a profile. And then I will interpret that profile and calculate any statistics and prepare a report. I can also perform technical and administrative reviews of other analysts' work, as well as testify in court when necessary.
She's still not speaking very loudly.
Okay. And can you tell us a little
all.
about
And
your
somebody is still
educational
coughing.
background and training that qualify you for this position?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science from the Pennsylvania State University. Upon employment at SLED, I
Somebody who didn't go to
underwent a
USC,
training
look at
program
this.
for approximately
Penn
a year
State.
and a half under a qualified DNA analyst. And that training included an observation period as well as a practical period of the different steps in our DNA analysis process, as well as the serology procedures.
Oh, this is
Once
witness
I
50, by
had
the way.
Received all of my training. I went through a testing period where I had to demonstrate my competency in using all those different instruments and procedures and interpretation. I had to successfully complete several
Background
written
training and
exams, an
experience
oral exam,
to
complete several mock cases and a mock court.
to
And then was
qualify her as an
competency tested
expert.
with another case before finally being
Only
able
50.
to
It feels
do
like
a mock
500.
case,
It does.
before finally being
It
able
does.
to do analysis on real casework.
Avery Wilkes is keeping track of
Into
the
the
number
mic
of witnesses.
And increase your volume in
Yep.
order for us to hear you better.
Carrie O in the chat
Maybe
says,
so.
"Oh my God, I have a forensics
Thank
degree
God.
from Penn State too."
Agent Zapata, how many cases have
Lots
you
and
you think you've
lots of the
participated in?
techs in this case have been female.
Approximately 500.
And have you testified in trial before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
19.
And in those trials,
Allison,
were
I'll
you
consider it.
qualified as an expert witness?
Yes, I was.
And what were you qualified as an expert witness in?
In DNA analysis.
The
Your Honor,
alternate
this
jurors
time the
sit in
state
the
would
jury
move
box.
To qualify
There are
Agent
extra
Zapata
seats.
as the expert in DNA analysis.
There are extra seats in the jury box, so they sit
All right,
with the other
you had
jurors.
mentioned in some of the duties of your job, kind of what you do. I guess if we could kind of scale it back a little bit more basic, but briefly, just what is DNA?
DNA is a chemical that is found throughout your body with the exception of red blood cells. You get half of your DNA from your mom and half from your dad, and it's unique to individuals with the exception of identical twins.
And so if we have a case where there are family
What?
members
Dick,
involved,
what are you doing?
what does that mean as
Dick,
far as
there is a
DNA?
witness on the stand. Why are you having a full
Based
fucking
upon
conference
the
with Creighton at
evidence
council table?
DNA
That is
profile,
so
sometimes It
distracting.
might not be possible to make comparisons.
What are they doing?
To some family members.
Oh my God, I
because
hate it
there may
so
not
much.
be enough DNA present there to
disrespect.
distinguish between the family members. Because the family members
my
will share
God.
DNA, that will affect what the DNA profile looks like.
Can you tell us about some different sources of DNA from a person's body?
Some sources from your body would be your hair, blood, semen, saliva, bones.
Peppermint tea.
as
I'm
well
here
as
for
DNA
it.
from your skin cells, which is what
Double
we call
click
touch
that
DNA.
mouse and hit the like or subscribe.
And what
or
are some
both.
variables that
It's
can
fun
affect
here.
touch DNA?
Sometimes.
So some people just naturally
Some days
shed
it's
more skin
painful, like
cells throughout the
today.
day than other people. And so you would expect to recover more DNA from an object that a person who sheds a lot of DNA
I shed
has
more hair than
handled than a person
literally
who sheds
anyone other
less.
than my cats.
There
Just
are also factors such as the surface that is being touched. If the surface is rough, then you would leave more skin cells behind. If you are holding the item for a longer period of time or with a lot of pressure, then you would expect to leave more skin cells behind. Environmental factors such
For
as
those of you following the
rain,
Koberger
moisture,
case,
UV, light, that can all.
this is going to come up in the Koberger case in a very big
lessen
way in the
amount of
Idaho
DNA
murders
that is recovered.
because there is DNA on
Um,
that sheath that was left behind.
And also personal hygiene habits can affect how much DNA you leave behind. So if you've just washed your hands, there may not be as much skin cells left behind.
So do you leave touch DNA behind, kind of like you would leave fingerprints behind? Is that a fair comparison?
Kind of, if you touch it, you touch an object, you may leave some behind.
May.
All right, now you mentioned different sources such as body fluids. Are you able to confirm like 100%?
I have been covering the
Which-
Idaho case, so you'll see it in there.
Body fluid a DNA profile comes from?
So the test that we perform to try to identify a body fluid is different from the DNA testing that is being performed. Especially in cases where the evidence profile is a mixture, there's no way for us to tell, did all of this DNA come from blood? Did it come from saliva and blood mixed together? There's no way for us to identify 100% the source of the DNA profile. We can indicate that a body fluid may be present, but we cannot say the blood on this item is from this individual.
So if I had a drop of blood on my shirt up here, could you ever say this was my blood?
I could test it for the indication of a body fluid. I could see if your DNA profile is recovered from that stain, if the evidentiary DNA profile, if you are included as a contributor to that profile, but I can never 100% say that is your blood.
So you could say my DNA is here, but not my blood.
I could say that you're included as a contributor to the DNA profile.
Okay.
And like 99.999% of people are excluded.
All right. And I think you kind of already explained your process of DNA analysis when you explained your duties. Can you tell us about some of the,
And y'all,
standard
that's-
lab procedures and protocol?
DNA is not 100%. It is
How specifically do you mean?
99.999, like
I mean, I guess just basically
Whatever
how you
percent.
analyze a DNA
It is.
sample.
almost
So
100, but they will
take
never
the
say
DNA sample if
scientific
it
certainty in
has
court.
been previously cut by a serologist or an evidence processor. I will add the reagents to the tube and proceed with my analysis that way. If it has not previously been cut, then I can prepare the sample for DNA and then take it through those steps that I explained earlier. So extraction, quantitation,
So this is going to
and
take
separation into a
a
profile.
while.
And then
on how
I
they do
will
DNA in court.
interpret the DNA profile that was developed. So I will determine if there is enough DNA present there for the profile to be used for comparison. I will determine the number of contributors to that profile. So a profile can be single source, which is DNA from just one individual, or a mixture, DNA from
They
multiple
should give
individuals
confidence.
present in the profile. I'll determine if it's a mixture, how many people are in that mixture, or how many I'm interpreting that mixture as. And then I can calculate statistics to
So
compare.
first of all, let me stop you for a minute.
Sorry.
But these determinations,
just let her
how are
finish
you
and then ask.
making the determinations?
So I'm looking at the DNA profile and using our protocol, our procedures, my training and experience as a DNA analyst to determine the number of contributors to the profile.
And how are you looking at it? Are you visually looking at it, or is a computer program looking at it, or what's going on there?
So I visually examine the profile myself as the analyst. I determine the number of contributors to the profile.
This
And then
is
we
going to
also
be
use a
methodical
software program called
because
StarMix to help in our
they
interpretation.
have to get to
And what
they
StarMix
have to
does
get
is
to
look at the evidence profile and attempt to
whose
break it
DNA
down
is where.
into the potential
Have
contributors
to.
to that profile. So if you
So
think about the
this is
evidence
the
profile
foundation
as
again
like grandma's
to get
chocolate chip
to
cookies,
DNA's
you know
what
exactly
and
what
where.
that cookie is supposed to taste like. You know what the final product is supposed to be, and you're trying to recreate that recipe and get it as close to grandma's cookie as what you know it's supposed to be.
It's a good example.
So you're testing different ingredients at different proportions to see what can make up that cookie. And that is kind of what StarMix does when it's looking at the profile. And then I will evaluate the StarMix output, make sure
Now we want
that what
cookies.
StarMix is telling me makes sense based upon what the profile looks like. And then if everything worked properly, I can use StarMix also to calculate our statistics.
KH, thank you for the super
Okay,
chat.
and
You're
how
welcome
do
for the
you
coverage.
calculate that statistic?
Trial was supposed to be
So
over
the
Friday,
statistic that
so I was
StarMix calculates
very
is
ready
called
for it
the
to be over
likelihood
Friday.
ratio.
Here we are.
It's a comparison of two possible scenarios to see which is a better explanation of the DNA profile that was developed. It works kind of like a seesaw. So if you have one scenario on one side and another scenario on the other side, and StarMix is going to put more weight on the scenario that is a better explanation of the DNA profile. You do these kinds of comparisons subconsciously in your mind all day long. If the DNA profile, for example, is the fact that someone ran a marathon, that's your result. The two scenarios that could explain that result are, one, the person trained every day for months leading up to the marathon. They ran many, many miles. The second
Can we
scenario
go back to
is
cookies?
that they sat on the couch and watched TV and never ran at all. Which one is a more likely explanation of the fact that they finished the marathon? It would be the first one, that they trained really hard. And so that is the kind of comparison that StarMix is making.
Can we go back to cookies and not running marathons? I find it much more relatable.
And where do
that's
these
just me.
scenarios come from, I guess?
The marathoners in the chat are
So
like, no,
based
we love
upon what
this.
the DNA profile looks like,
Me, I'm
we
just
will
like,
set
oh,
up the
cookies.
two opposing scenarios to make the comparison. And the first scenario is always going to include the person whose standard is being compared to that profile, so the person whose statistic you are calculating. And the second scenario is always going to include an unidentified, unrelated individual, because you need something that opposes
That makes sense.
comparison. So for a single source profile, your two scenarios will be the person being compared is contributing to the mixture versus an unidentified, unrelated individual is contributing to the mixture. To the profile for single source.
Because we're talking single source, not
If
mixed.
it is a mixture, then you need to account for
Stacey,
the other
thanks for the love
potential
from Dubai.
individuals
Appreciate
present
it.
in that profile. So for a two-person mixture, for example,
Say hi to my
the
girl,
first
Caroline
scenario will be
Stansberry.
the person being compared and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus two unidentified, unrelated individuals
answer this
contributed to the mixture.
Any more time for
So
that?
we'll make that same comparison for each person based upon what the DNA profile looks like.
And so this unidentified, unrelated individual, where does that really come from?
That's just the way that the statistic is calculated. It's not saying that it's not possible for related individuals to be in the mixture, but because we are focusing only on the comparison to that one person, we need something to contrast that to, and we account for that by using that unidentified, unrelated individual wording.
So is that just kind of built into this formula in the STAR Mix program?
Correct.
And y'all, thank you. A lot of you
All
have
right.
tagged me on Twitter
So what are
in
some
some
results that
unredacted
you
body
can
cam
obtain
video.
from your comparisons?
We'll talk about it at the break. So thank you.
A result in
That's the body
support
cam for the
of
first week of
the
trial. We'll
first
talk about that
scenario,
at the
which
break.
is that the person being compared to the profile is contributing to the profile. The seesaw will tilt in that direction, and we call that an inclusion. If it is tilting far enough in the other direction, we call that an exclusion. It's saying that the person being compared is not a contributor to the profile under those two scenarios that are being compared. It's possible for the seesaw to just tilt a little bit in either direction if the DNA in the profile is very low level or very partial. There's just not that much information there to make the comparison, and so it's not tilting in one way or the other very strongly. It is also possible if
Yvonne, I
it's
get
very
it.
partial, very low level information
It's
for the seesaw
really
to just
important
not move at
testimony,
all. It's saying that
but it's hard to get
neither
there and have it
explanation
be
is a better
interesting.
explanation for the DNA profile.
They
and we'll
need to know
call that,
why. They need to know
uninformative.
why what you test,
And do you
test
set up
tells what it
propositions the
tells.
same way for
So the
each
foundation
comparison
matters.
to an item?
Yes, so first we will say if the
I don't
item
know.
is
I'm
suitable
waiting
for
on that
comparison,
third.
then we will say the
I'm waiting on that
number
third
of contributors that
testimony.
we're interpreting that profile as, and then we will set up those two scenarios each time.
I enjoy
In
her
the
hair too.
cases of items that are being taken off of someone's body or swabs from their body, we'll call that an intimate item. And so we want to account for the presence of the individual whose body the item was taken off of in that profile. Because it's being removed from their body, we're expecting that profile to be there. And so we can do that in two ways. We'll look at the DNA profile. If their DNA is clearly present in the profile, we will assume them as a contributor. And what that does is put that person on both sides of the seesaw. And so we're only making comparisons now to the DNA that is not that person who we already know is there. It's like someone telling you, I know there are 2 cups of flour in grandma's cookie recipe. So now you're just adjusting the other potential ingredients to see what else is making up that recipe.
That's a good example
If
for how to
their DNA
exclude
profile is
the
maybe more
person you know
partial
it
or low
is.
level, then we'll run the statistic for that individual first to make sure that it meets our threshold to put them on both sides of the seesaw, and we'll call that a conditioned contributor. It treats it the same way once we've run that standard comparison. And so the propositions will list any individual that has been assumed or conditioned on as a contributor, and then it will have the 2 opposing scenarios for the other individuals that are being compared to the profile, and then finally the result of that comparison.
Everybody at the lab's
If you
real
had
happy
my
about what
shirt
they
for
do.
testing,
Like, they
you would
very much
assume
enjoy what they do,
my
and that's
DNA
clear.
was on this shirt because you knew I was wearing the shirt.
Right. I would look at your profile first and visually compare that to the item of evidence. If you are clearly contributing to the mixture, then I will assume you. If maybe you are a lower level contributor, but it looks like your DNA profile could be there, then in order to confirm that, I will run your statistic first and then continue on with you on both
It's
sides.
like, we know
of the
you're there.
seesaw.
We know it's your shirt. So if they're
All
testing
right,
on
and now
Maggie,
there's
they're going to
sometimes
exclude
where
Maggie
you
because
are
Maggie it's
unable
Maggie's
to make
clothes. It's
comparisons
her.
to specific
And then go from there.
individuals.
Yes, like we mentioned earlier, if there are individuals that are related and maybe the DNA profile that we're comparing them to is lower level, or there's just not a lot of information there for a lower level contributor.
I don't know. I
we can't
wonder.
distinguish between them.
I wonder if the
and
jury is
so we
peeking
won't
up, like
make
they
comparisons in
finally
those
might
cases to those
have.
individuals.
They finally might have some
And I
answers.
guess before we get
So
started,
if I'm on the
just kind
jury,
of going back
even though I've
to
heard these
DNA
explanations
in
before
general,
a lot,
what
if
are
I'm on the jury,
alleles?
I'm like,
So
do we have an
alleles
answer? Are we getting
the
to an
results
answer?
of our testing
Fingers
at a
crossed.
specific location. Like I explained earlier, the final step of the laboratory portion of our analysis is the separation of the DNA into a profile, and the separation is what generates those allele results.
Okay.
This attorney's doing a very good job breaking it down.
And how many alleles are we dealing with when you're making an analysis with DNA? I guess if there are more or less, what that can tell you, if that makes sense.
I'm not sure I know what you're asking.
Us either.
All right, well,
Us either, Sarah.
sometimes our DNA samples, you mentioned lower or higher levels of DNA there.
Mhm.
Would that affect the alleles that are there?
Yes, so the alleles are the actual result that we're looking at. It's the DNA profile that we're looking at.
Once we get past
We
all
are
this, we're gonna start to
profile
get
based
to
upon the
whose is
heights
where.
of those alleles.
And I wanna get
So
to
the
whose is
higher
what's
the allele,
Ready.
the potential greater contribution of that individual's DNA. The lower level the allele, the less
Crystal. That's
DNA
fair.
potentially from that individual in that profile.
The defense did not stipulate
And
to this.
if you only have
However,
a few alleles to look at,
the
is that very
prosecution might
informative
want
in your analysis?
No,
might want the jury to
fewer
hear all
number of
this to
alleles that you have
understand
make
its
comparisons,
reliability. So this becomes
the less
strategy.
informative the statistic is going to be.
But
So that's where we have
every
it in
single
that
buckle
range
swap
where it's
could have
not
all
tilting
been
greatly in one direction over the other.
stipulated to, and they
It's
did
kind
not
of
do
like trying to identify
murder
something
case.
based off of an eyewitness description. If it's very vague, like it was a red sedan, there are many red sedans that could fit that description. So that would be an example of having few alleles. But if you have a more specific description, like it was a red sedan with 5 bumper stickers and a bedazzled license plate, that's very specific. And so you have more information to make your comparison to that vehicle.
that. Where are you going? Counsel? What in the holy hell is happening, Creighton?
Unrelated people share the same alleles.
Yes.
All right, so before we get to the results, some of these statistical results are very large numbers. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you think these
This
two
is, I think, why the
charts
chat
here,
is ready to be
takes
lulled to
exhibits
sleep. This has been a long trial. It's a Monday. It's a very
475
Monday, and everybody's just like,
474
okay,
would help demonstrate
nice.
to the jury
demonstratives,
what we're talking about.
demonstratives. Put them on the Elmo. Put them on the
Yes.
Elmo. We might get to see them.
States Exhibit 474 and 475 for demonstrative purposes.
So admitted.
We might get to see the demonstratives. Yay. Oh, the amount these attorneys walk around and talk to each other is so strange to me. It's so strange to me. But I'm ready. I'm ready for the demonstratives. I'm ready. Let's see it. Rose asked, "You know what led specifically to AM's arrest after a year? The grand jury indicted him, but I don't know exactly what bits of evidence they used to indict him. At the end of the state's case, I will be more happy to, I don't know, speculate on that." So it is a casual court.
The number of vote swabs analyzed in this case.
Show us
Yes,
the
I did.
Elmo. Show us the
Do you
Elmo.
remember how many buccal swabs the man received?
177.
I believe there were 24 buccal swabs total that I used for comparison.
Maybe 25?
I'd have to count.
Well, let her count then. I'm ready to bring the Embo. I'm ready. How was Dave Matthews Band? It was great. My body hurts.
There was one that I received, but I did not perform analysis on. Maybe that's the one that you're counting.
We'll have you take a look at states 463.
I trust the scientist to math before I
Do you
trust the
recognize that
lawyer to
buccal
math.
swab?
I trust scientist math first.
Yes.
Sorry,
And
counsel.
who is that a buccal swab from?
It's labeled as buccal swabs from Nolan Tootin. There's our laboratory case number and item number on the packaging.
And you performed analysis on this buccal swab?
Yes.
State would move 463 into evidence.
They buckle swabbed everybody and their mom and them. Hilarious. Cookie recipe versus marathon. Emily, you're awesome. Very relatable. Look, I'm not running any marathons ever. My body hurts from being in the pit for a night at a concert. I'm old. I am out of shape.
Standards from
My
these
knees
buccal
hurt,
swabs,
especially the
to
surgery knee.
swabs.
Surgery
from
knee is
items
very
evidence,
angry.
Or what do we do to analyze all this stuff?
So first we do our interpretation of the evidence. We look at the evidence like I described earlier, make sure that it's suitable for comparison, determine the number of contributors to the item, and then if it's an intimate item, we'll make that visual comparison to the individual whose body that item came from first.
For Abby
Then
and everyone
we
else in the
will
chat,
use
the buccal or
ceramics
buccal swabs
to calculate the
are those inner
statistics
cheek
for
DNA
other
swabs.
individuals for comparison.
So the
And then it'll be a
cheeky
result
swabs.
in support of one proposition over the other.
And the other individuals for comparison would be any number of the individuals whose buccal swabs were submitted in this case.
So
Yes.
we argued over buccal buccal another
Right,
day.
I'm going to have you take a look at State's Exhibit
Dr. B
459.
said it was a matter of pretension, basically. I asked Dr. B because Dr. B is a dental specialist. So when we're talking about the inside of the mouth, Dr. B is the go-to expert. There are jokes that can be made. I'm gonna let them go. Green Line said she blinded me with science. Cheers. It is a perfect song reference.
State's Exhibit 459, an item that you analyzed.
If jurors are getting sick, that means the jury no longer be female dominant. I don't
459
know.
are
There were a lot
our
of
laboratory items
female jurors
7.1
in the
and
alternates as well.
10.1.
And can you tell us what that actually is?
7.1 was the MBAC collection from cartridge cases 2 through 7. And 10.1 were the swabs from the exterior of items 9 and 10, which were shotgun shells.
And you performed analysis on both of those items?
Yeah, they're saying
Yes, I
buccal.
Can you tell us the results of your
Buccal,
analysis on the MVAC collection
Inner cheek.
from the 300 blackout cases? Your item 7.1.
Chat, you're
I
making me
guess
laugh.
Instead of just blanketly asking for the results, I'll ask, based on the comparisons you made when analyzing that item, were any individuals included?
Yes, for item 7.1, the DNA profile was interpreted as single source. And for the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the two scenarios were Margaret Murdaugh contributed the DNA profile versus an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the DNA
And?
profile. And the result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 510 billion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
So which item is 7.1?
What does that mean?
Yep.
Um,
Good follow-up
It
question.
means that the likelihood ratio is in support of that first scenario of Margaret Murdaugh contributing the profile versus an unidentified, unrelated individual contributing.
So
the
it's
profile.
Maggie's. Where is
Okay, let's
7.1
move
taken
on
from?
to the next item in that in State's Exhibit 459, the swabs from the exterior of items 9 and 10, which were these
9 and 10 are the shotgun
shells
casings.
from the fever.
Okay.
I didn't hear what you said for 7.1. I'll fix that in a minute.
Individuals included.
This item was also interpreted as single source, and so the scenarios were set up the same way. The person
These are the
being compared
casings. These are the
contributed
300
profile
blackout
versus an
casings.
unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
And that means there's one person contributing.
Correct. For Paul Murdaugh, the result of the comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 15 octillion times more likely if Paul Murdaugh contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Just like earlier, it's in support.
All right, well,
of
stop
that
arguing
first
about whose fucking
proposition
gun it
set.
was then.
The DNA profile is approximately 15 octillion times more likely if Paul Murdaugh contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
Paul loaded the guns, which means it's the family guns. And they left the guns
On
loaded.
to Exhibit 18.
He loaded the guns that shot Maggie Murdaugh. Because 9 and 10. Oh, wait, no, 9 and 10 are the
Which
shotgun
are
swabs.
Swabs from the
Those are the shots that
Hebrew
killed
door.
Paul. he loaded those into his shotgun at some point, which means it is his shotgun. He didn't shoot himself with his shotgun.
Those items? Take exhibit 18.
So 9 and 10 are the shotgun shells.
Yes, I did. Item 17, you can
Oh
see
shit, that
our
sucks.
laboratory number and then my initials on the seal and the date.
And those are swabs from the feed room door.
It's labeled as swabs from exterior doorknob of storage room door.
All right. And based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included?
For item 17, the comparison with Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile was again interpreted as single source, so we're setting up the propositions in that same way.
These are being
The
tested
result is
to
the
show
DNA
that
profile
no
is
one else
approximately
was there.
15 octillion times more likely if Paul Murdaugh contributed the profile than if an unidentified,
Oh!
unrelated individual contributed the profile.
demonstratives.
15 octillion times more likely.
It's Paul's
Octillion
DNA.
has 27 zeros.
Yes.
So that's a pretty high.
So here's what we
statistical
know.
Number there.
The shotgun shells have Paul's DNA on them, meaning the shotgun he was shot from was loaded by him.
256.
So it's a family weapon, like the prosecution's been arguing. The doorknob has Paul's DNA on it, showing it's unlikely that a stranger touched it. There's no stranger DNA. If there was DNA that didn't match to a family member, they would say this is DNA that matches to no family member. It's showing there's no one else out here that is not family. But with the shotgun shells, it's a very big deal because the gun that shot Paul is missing. The prosecution's arguing he got shot with one of his own weapons and now it's missing. So the fact that he loaded that gun goes to show that the gun that was used is a family gun loaded by him, not by a stranger, not by someone who brought it onto the property, by someone who had access to the family's gun. And so that's where we're at. I don't know which item 7.1 is. I'm going to go look at the chart that I have because that's likely Maggie's DNA. And 1 through 7 were the casings near her, but I don't remember what 7.1 is. So if, the shotgun shells are only loaded into a gun by Paul, if it's his gun that he had been out with earlier, and they talked about the Benellis.
15 and 16.
They talked about the camouflage
Swabs of
Benellis a
blood
lot in
from
this
Camo
case.
Benelli.
Yes, item 15.
Nature of the objection.
Good witness.
Foundation, she described them in the question as swabs of blood that has not been established.
All right, response.
It's a good objection.
Your Honor, item exhibit 256, item 15 and 16 have been admitted into evidence, even though I can't get my hands on them at the moment. And they were described as 2 swabs of suspected blood from receiver forward of the loading port
Counsel,
from
you didn't say
Camo Benelli
suspected
Super
blood. You
Black
said blood.
Eagle 3. 12
That's the
gauge
issue. You didn't say
Your Honor,
suspected
there'd
blood.
be no objection if it was the question rephrased to say suspected blood.
That's
All right,
the
restate the
objection.
question, please.
Assumes facts, not evidence. I like this defense attorney a lot. That's a
believe I
good
misspoke,
objection.
and This would be state's exhibit 259.
And this attorney needs to stop having a private conversation and go back to the podium, please.
And what is that item?
259 contains SLED items 15 and 16, which were swabs from the Camo Benelli 12 gauge shotgun.
This I want to know.
And did you analyze those items?
Good.
Yes, I did.
What?
Based on your comparisons
Who?
that you made, were any individuals included?
Remember, 16 had no
For
blood.
Which item?
15.
Let's start with
15.
item 15.
Yes. 16 was not blood.
Item 15 was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. So for this comparison, we have the person being compared to the DNA profile and an unidentified, unrelated individual as the first scenario. And then the second scenario is 2 unidentified, unrelated
She describes
individuals
DNA well. I'm
contributed to
riveted.
the mixture.
Riveted. Riveted.
For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the result is the DNA profile is approximately 670 octillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed
Maggie's
to the mixture
DNA is on the Benelli. Who else?
than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison
Is it
to
Paul?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the result is, sorry. The DNA profile is approximately 10 quintillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an
It's hers and
unidentified unrelated
his.
individual contributed to the mixture
Oh,
than if
boy.
two unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to
So
the
the
mixture.
Benelli has
And so now, because we
Alec
have a
and
mixture
Maggie.
where more than one person has been included as a contributor, we run the statistic for those individuals together to make sure that the DNA profile
That's
can be
transfer
explained
DNA, I
by a
think.
contribution of DNA from all of those individuals together. So the comparisons would now be Margaret Murdaugh and Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed to the mixture versus two unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
That's the defendant
And the result of that
and Maggie.
comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 48 quindecillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed to the profile than if two unidentified unrelated individuals
It's
contributed
still a
to the
mathematical
profile.
probability, but
Okay,
it's
so
the
we have three
quintillion
different,
probability
I guess, scenarios
is where we're
there.
at.
3 different comparisons being made.
And is any one of those
That
comparisons more
makes
likely than the
sense.
other?
So
How do you mean?
this is the Benelli.
Can
He
you
went
pick out
and
one of
picked up
those
and brought to
comparisons
law
as
or
being
brought back up to
More
the
likely
crime
than the
scene
other comparison?
before law enforcement arrived. This to me is more
Each
likely
of those
that he did
comparisons,
touch them
the individuals
and then it got
who
on the
were
gun.
being compared were included as contributors
Because it's
to the
probably
mixture.
his fingy skin and her blood.
All right,
'Cause
let's
it was a
talk
blood
about item
splotch.
16, which is also
I'll
a
explain this more.
swab of suspected
Oh,
blood
16 came back with nothing. It wasn't blood. So
from
what
the
is it?
Camo Benelli.
For item 16, the partial DNA profile developed was insufficient for interpretation.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so with item 15, he said
move on
he
to
touched
exhibit
Maggie. He
398.
transferred Maggie's blood to the gun with his fingers,
Take a look at
but he had no
398.
blood on him. So he lied about not cleaning up. This proves that he lied about not cleaning up because he transferred Maggie's blood to the gun. That's what I'm going with.
398 contains our SLED lab numbers 22.4 and 22.5.
So item 22.4.
This is getting into the
is a
actual,
reddish
like,
brown debris swab from
evidence.
the right side of the receiver belonging to item 22.
Correct.
Oh, good. Show us which gun are we talking about? Is this a different Benelli? No, us. Okay, you showed it to the jury.
Based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included on that item 22.4?
I'm guessing no, because she's moving fast.
22.4, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. For the comparison with Margaret Murdaugh, the result was the DNA profile is approximately 480 octillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual
So
contributed
Maggie.
to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
I don't think
What does
these
that mean?
Benellis, the Benelli in court is the murder weapon.
The
It's the one he went to
result
the house
is in
and
support
got,
of that first scenario of Margaret Murdaugh
meaning
being
it's Maggie.
included as a contributor to the mixture.
Okay.
Um,
Who
The
else?
likelihood ratio is 480 octillion times more. The DNA profile is approximately 480 octillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And then the next item,
All right, after
22.5,
this
is
series of
also
questions,
a
I'll switch
swab
feeds so we get our closed
from that
captioning
same
back.
shotgun from the left side.
No, wait, who was the other contributor?
Yes.
Based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included?
Item 22.5, the DNA profile was also interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. For the comparison with Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately
I don't think they said who the second person
570
was unless I
octillion
missed it.
times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if
Yeah,
2
unknown.
unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
I don't think she said
75
unidentified.
octillion times more likely that Margaret Murdaugh
It's
contributed to that
Maggie's.
mixture.
The DNA profile is approximately 570 octillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if two unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So they haven't gotten to
Now,
the
this
second person yet.
unidentified,
Just hang
unrelated
on.
individual
Hang on.
is popping
Maggie?
up. And what does that mean again?
Maggie's the first
It's just the
person.
way that we make our calculation. We have to
There
account
is no
for
unidentified
an opposing
DNA.
scenario.
Yep.
To the person being compared. And then when there is a mixture, we need to account for the other individuals in that
They
mixture.
need to
when we're
rule
making our
in and rule
comparison.
out.
And so we use an unidentified, unrelated individual.
Did you analyze some swabs from Paul Murdaugh's cell phone? I believe that would be your item 25.
She didn't say who the other person was, and we'll get that in
Yes.
cross. The prosecution
And
should
what
cover
were
it.
the results of your analysis there?
A partial DNA profile was developed due to the limited information obtained and the inability to determine the number of contributors. No further interpretation will be offered.
No DNA that they can identify from Paul. All right, we're going to switch so we can see Alec's face more. I like the audio on this feed better. We'll switch back and forth between feeds today.
Swabs from a Chevy Suburban.
All right, moving on to the Suburban. These I'm interested in.
If you could focus on your item 56, the two swabs of suspected blood collecting from the steering wheel.
Let me try and find that.
Ugh. All right, y'all, I got to turn this down a little bit. She's looking for her results, but they gain up their audio in a way that is unpleasant to the ears. So to those asking in the chat, it's no stupid questions. Does Alec already know what the results will say? Yes. The defense has provided, oh, look at her putting gloves on. The defense has provided all of these results well in advance. Every result has to be turned over to them that they have. Everything the prosecution has gets turned over to the defense. If the prosecution doesn't have it, but law enforcement does, it is a huge fucking problem, and the prosecution has to turn it over to the defense, and it can cause mistrials. If an unrelated third party, GM, has information and doesn't turn it over, then it gets turned over immediately when the prosecution gets it, which is what they did this morning. I want to know what's on the steering wheel from the Chevy Suburban. Alec is really touching his face a lot today.
Say 56.
Nope,
Okay.
no rocking back and forth, but he is just picking at his face. What's on
Okay,
the
I have
Suburban?
56.
And you analyzed item 56,
Yes, I did.
swabs of blood collected from the steering wheel.
They
You
were
should object.
submitted
It's
as two
suspected blood.
swabs of suspected blood collected from the steering wheel of the Chevy Suburban.
And based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included?
Oh my God, we're waiting with bated breath. I want to know. I want to know. Bated breath.
For item 56, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the result is the DNA profile is approximately 35 times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture
So
than if
Maggie
two
and-
unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the result is the DNA profile is approximately 100 quadrillion times more likely
So the
if
steering
Richard
wheel
Alexander
blood
Murdaugh and
has
an
DNA from
unidentified
Maggie
unrelated
and Alec.
individual contributed to the mixture than if two unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And then
So-
just like before, because we had two individuals who
No,
were
there are
included
no unidentified people
individually
here.
as contributors to the mixture, we have to run the comparison of them together to make sure that the DNA
They
profile
compare
can
it
be
to
explained by a
explain.
contribution of DNA from
The
all those
DNA on the
individuals.
steering wheel is
So for
from
that
Maggie and
comparison,
Maggie and
the
Alec.
DNA profile is approximately 240 quintillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Okay, so this is Maggie and Alex
There's also a
DNA
statement
in the
that
blood on the
because
steering wheel.
that first
In
comparison
the suspected
to
blood.
Margaret Murdaugh had a likelihood ratio result that is on the lower end of our scale. We want to put more emphasis on that result when comparing her as a contributor to the mixture. So the likelihood ratio for proposition set 3, which was that comparison together, was calculated to confirm that the mixture could be explained by the contribution of DNA from all individuals listed under HP, which is that first scenario. Due to the disparity in the individual likelihood
there's an
ratios
issue with
between
this
the
one.
contributors for this item, it is recommended to put more weight on the results of proposition set 1, which was that comparison of Margaret Murdaugh individually, rather than the results of proposition set 3, which is the comparison of them together, when considering Margaret Murdaugh as a possible contributor to the mixture.
What does that mean?
Kind of confusing
That's the
already.
question.
I think,
What does
yep,
that mean?
That just got really
Yep.
confusing. So I guess if you could kind of simplify that a little bit for us.
Yes. So think about like 2 people singing the same song. If
From
one
the same sheet
person
of
is
music?
singing really quietly and another person is singing loudly, when they're singing together, it'll sound really loud because that one person is already singing loudly by themselves.
Like if one person's
But that
talking
doesn't
over
mean
court
that
and one
the
person's
person who is
testifying.
singing quietly is suddenly singing very loudly. So we're trying to account for the difference in the weight of the result.
More
And so
DNA
it's
from
just more
Alex than
accurate
Maggie.
when considering that person who is a lower level or has a lower likelihood ratio to consider their individual likelihood ratio rather than the combined likelihood ratio.
So what,
Okay.
based on all of that, what is the most likely we have there?
It's Maggie and Alec with more DNA from Alec because it's a transfer from Maggie.
It's not really that it's like a more likely scenario over another. It's
That's
just
what
the
I would
result
say.
of that comparison that's being made.
So just take into all that into account.
Yes.
This is transfer in
Let's move on
suspected
to
blood.
Exhibit 251, which was the left and right fingernails from Maggie Murdaugh.
All right, so we're getting to fingernail clippings. I saw the question, wouldn't you expect DNA from both in their car? This is Alec's work vehicle,
Take a look at
and I generally wouldn't
Exhibit
expect mixed
251.
blood DNA on a steering wheel
Did
in
you
most
analyze
scenarios.
those items? I believe item 70 is the left fingernail clippings from Maggie Murdaugh.
Yes, and 71 is the right fingernail clippings from Margaret Murdaugh.
So let's talk about the left fingernail clippings first. What were the results of your analysis?
Are you looking for
No, she has left fingernail. That's what she's looking for.
all of the individuals who were compared?
Yes, the results, the entire results.
Okay. For item 70, a DNA profile suitable for comparison was developed. Several
He does not
individuals
look
were
happy
visually
today.
excluded from the profile first.
At all.
Paul Murdaugh, Anthony Cook, Roger Davis, Rogan Gibson, Connor Cook, Philip Beach, Renee Beach, Robin Beach, John Murdaugh, Richard Alexander Murdaugh Jr. or Buster, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Randy Murdaugh, Miley Altman, and Morgan Dowdy are excluded as contributors. Excluded as contributors. For the proposition set, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals because these are Margaret Murdaugh's own fingernail clippings. She is assumed as a contributor. So the 2 scenarios are Margaret Murdaugh, and in this case, the comparison was made to Claude CB Rowe using the StarMix software.
Why?
So that first scenario is Margaret Murdaugh and Claude CB Rowe contributed to the mixture. And the
Why?
second scenario is Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
Now, why was Claude CB Rowe included
Yeah.
in this comparison?
Why?
So the other individuals I was able to visually exclude, which just means from looking at the DNA profile and comparing it to their standard, I could exclude
We don't
them
have
as a
results yet.
contributor.
We don't have
If
results
an
yet, Jet.
individual
Hang on.
happens to have the alleles that,
Y'all wait, just
Or
wait. Don't jump to
if an
conclusions.
individual
Just wait,
cannot be
just wait.
visually excluded.
Just wait.
So I cannot say from
Wait,
looking
wait,
at
wait.
their DNA profile, comparing it to the evidence that they are excluded, then I will run the statistic to compare them to that profile. And so that's why that comparison was made.
Just
The
wait.
result of the
There are no
comparison
results
is
yet.
the DNA profile is approximately 11 times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Margaret Murdaugh and Claude C.B. Rowe contributed to the mixture.
not
So this is a
C.B. Rowe's
result in
DNA.
support of that second scenario. It's not the first scenario like the others that we've been discussing have been.
Not
So.
the groundskeeper, C.B.
um,
Rowe. Not. Just wait.
How much DNA were you looking at in this sample?
C.B. Rowe is the groundskeeper. It's not their DNA. So they said it is 11 times more likely that it's an unidentified DNA than it is C.B.
Are you
Rowe's
asking,
DNA.
like DNA that was not attributable to Margaret?
So do not,
Was there a small amount of DNA or a large amount of DNA under
not
those left fingernail clippings?
C.B. Rowe.
There was not a lot of, there were not many alleles that were not attributable to Margaret in the profile.
So let's talk a little bit, explain
That's a
about
lot of
those
knots.
alleles there, that when you are doing your testing.
Like I explained earlier, the alleles are the results of our test, and
We'll talk
they
about
will
C.B. Rowe in a
appear
little bit.
on, in the profile that we're looking at, and they will be at different proportions based upon roughly how much DNA is present from the different possible contributors. So in this case, because there were Margaret Murdaugh's own fingernail clippings,
Y'all, we'll
her
talk about this
DNA
in a minute.
is
Just hang on there.
present in the profile
Hang on, we're not
at a
done.
higher level. And then we are looking at only a few alleles that were not her own alleles to make the
very
comparison to
few
the other individuals.
A very, very few
Three
things.
alleles,
I don't know if it matters. Very few alleles
Yes,
of somebody else.
that were not Margaret Murdaugh's alleles.
and those three alleles could be C.B. Rowe's alleles?
I could not visually exclude him, which just means when looking at his profile and comparing it to those other alleles, he did have those alleles, but at a very low level of DNA that's being compared to him.
It's not enough.
And the result was in support of that second scenario, which was
And again,
Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual
we
contributed
wouldn't
to the mixture.
suspect that Maggie would have
And this
defensive
courtroom
rooms.
here is full of
defensive-
people. Could anybody in this courtroom
Oh,
have
Jesus,
those
don't do
same
that.
three alleles present in that testing?
It's possible.
We don't expect her to have defensive
move on.
wounds based on the way that these murders happened. So we don't expect that. There has been intimation about Maggie and C.B. Rowe, the groundskeeper
let's
from Cousin Eddie.
put
That
this,
hasn't come in court. I'm not
other chart we
surprised
have
that they
here
tested it against, it
on
sounds like they
the
tested everybody against those fingernails, but they had very, very little DNA and it's just
And
not
the
enough.
results concerning C.B. Rowe.
It's not enough. So
is
under the
that
fingernails
moderate support for exclusion for his results?
is kind of a nothing.
So
Oh, look,
what
demonstratives.
you're looking at is a scale. It's representative of a verbal scale that we have on our reports. And it's showing the different ranges for
I wanted to see the scale
the
bigger.
likelihood ratio results that we can obtain. So on one side, you have the likelihood ratios that are in support of that first proposition or that first scenario. And you, on the other side, you have the scale for the results that are in support of that second proposition. So here, it The range is 2 to 99 for moderate support for that second proposition, and his result is an 11, which falls within that 2 to 99 range.
Okay. And then the other result with just Margaret Murdaugh?
For Margaret Murdaugh, because it's her own fingernail clippings, we're not calculating a statistic. We're assuming
'Cause
her
it's her.
as the contributor.
That's her DNA because they're her fingernails.
And you also analyzed the fingernail clippings from her right.
This is a good demonstrative.
Yes.
And those are up there as well. What were the results of your analysis there?
The DNA profile developed is attributable to Margaret Murdaugh.
Her fingernails are hers.
And then State's Exhibit 252 is fingernail clippings from
I'm going to
the
switch
right and left hands of Paul Murdaugh.
now that the demonstratives are down. So these are Paul's fingernail clippings.
If you can tell us any results from your analysis of Paul's fingernail clippings.
For both items 72 and 73, the result was the DNA profile developed is attributable to Paul Murdaugh.
Paul's fingernails belong to Paul.
Now, you also analyzed Alec Murdaugh's shirt, which is State's Exhibit 418.
This is what we want to know. The white shirt that looked clean. That's what we want to know. I will summarize at the end of this, I promise. The car is very interesting to me because that was DNA tested in suspected blood.
And did you analyze
The gun is
Paul
very
Murdaugh- or
interesting to
excuse
me because it's
the
tested
defendant Alex
in
Murdaugh's pants
suspected
as
blood.
well?
And this is the shirt.
Yes.
No! Why? 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 No, no, no.
Which was a pair of green shorts from Richard Murdaugh.
And
Shirt
are
and
the cuttings
shorts.
from the shirt and the shorts in those two exhibits up there, States 460 and 461?
This is why we rock multiple streams. I'm turning
This
this.
appears to be all of them. I can take them out and check, or if you would like for me to.
I believe that should be all the cuttings. And there were quite a few cuttings that you analyzed.
Cuttings from the shirt.
Yes.
So unfortunately, we're going to have to go through all of those, the analysis of all of those cuttings. So let's start with the shirt in Exhibit 460.
We're going one at a time on the shirt.
19.2, a cutting from the exterior front edge of Alec Murdaugh's shirt, the defendant.
As long as she tells us where they're from.
Based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included?
So exterior front
For
edge of the shirt.
19.2, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals.
So it's
For
going to
the
be Alec.
comparison with Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 460 octillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh
So
and
it's
an
Maggie.
unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if two unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to
I
the
promise
mixture.
I'll break this down when we get a break.
Item 19.3, the cutting from the exterior back, bottom center of the defendant's shirt.
They didn't describe the mixture. It's probably Alec, but they didn't describe it, which annoys me. This is back. I was talking. Apologies.
For 19.3, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals. For this item, I was able to assume Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a contributor. So the propositions
shirt.
or the scenarios that we're comparing are Richard Alexander Murdaugh and the person being compared versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual.
So these are the white
contributed to the
shirt.
mixture.
This is the white shirt.
For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 360 quadrillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Margaret Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
I promise we will explain y'all, but the unidentified is
19.4.
part of their statistical analysis. It does not mean that there is unidentified DNA here. It's
For
part of the analysis.
19.4, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. And this was a situation where I had to first calculate the statistic for Richard Alexander Murdaugh to see if there was enough DNA to condition on him as a contributor. So for that comparison, the DNA profile is approximately 120 quadrillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And then moving forward, with the
Anybody
other
else?
comparisons,
Yes.
I can say
Who
that
else?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. And just like before, we have Richard Alexander Murdaugh and the person being compared contributed to the mixture versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the
else?
mixture. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 7 octillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
So now we have Alec,
Does that
Paul,
complete your
and Maggie's
analysis of
DNA on the
that
shirt.
item?
For 19.4,
Yes.
So we now have Paul's DNA on the shirt, Maggie's DNA on the shirt, and
that was the only one where there was
Alex.
Inclusionary likelihood ratios.
DNA on the shirt.
Let's move on to 19.5, a cutting from Stain B on the shirt. You could tell us about any inclusions.
They're going to have to do a demonstrative of this.
This item was also interpreted, the DNA profile
where
was
these
interpreted
stains
as
are.
a mixture originating from 2 individuals. And I was able to assume Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a contributor. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the result is the DNA profile is approximately 3,800 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Margaret Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh
lower-
and an unidentified, unrelated individual
That is
contributed to the
lower.
mixture.
But yes, Chad, all of you are saying we don't see,
Moving on to item
Blanca's
19.6,
DNA,
a cutting
correct,
from Stain C on
which
the
is
shirt.
very interesting. Did he wash this shirt at some point? Because the shirt still smelled like detergent. If Blanca is the one folding the shirt, you would expect to see some of Blanca's DNA on the shirt just from touching it. So if he
Tell us
laundered
about,
the shirt,
any individuals that were included there.
it's interesting.
For item 19.6, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. I was able to assume Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a contributor to the mixture. And so now we are
He's wearing it.
comparing Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the individual being compared to the mixture, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals
So we're
contributed
going
to
to
the
keep
mixture.
narrowing down who else is in this
For the
mixture.
comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is
Oh, good, thank
approximately
God.
570 octillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh,
So
and
these are
an
the stain
unidentified,
numbers,
unrelated individual contributed
stain
to the
letters.
mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated
We've done
individuals
stain
contributed to the
B.
mixture.
She didn't say what stain we were on
And that include your
for
the
19.6.
results of inclusion for that item.
Who's the third person? You said 3. So we've included Alec and Maggie. Who else? For those of you asking about the hair, Maggie had hair
Yes.
taken from her hand. We
Item
don't know if it's been tested to
19.7,
be
cutting from Stain D.
dog hair. If it was human hair, it would have been DNA tested. Okay, now we're
For
on stain
item
D.
19.7, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture, so I was able to assume him. And so the comparison
And
in this case will be Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the person being compared to the mixture, and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 1.9 quadrillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
who else? Because you said 4.
I also made a comparison to Nolan Tootin. The DNA profile is approximately 480 septillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Nolan Tootin, and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture
Not
than if
expecting
Richard
that.
Alexander Murdaugh and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Who's the 4th person?
And again, why was Nolan Tootin included in that comparison?
Nolan Tootin is one of Paul's friends. Yeah, why?
When looking at the evidence DNA profile, I was not able to visually exclude Nolan Tootin as a potential contributor to the mixture. And so I ran his likelihood ratio for comparison to that item.
Huh.
And then similarly to the other items where if an individual is included,
You said there were
when
4
you
there.
run their likelihood ratio on their own. I also had to do the calculation for all of those individuals together to make sure that the DNA profile can be explained by a contribution of all of those individuals. So for that comparison, the DNA profile is approximately 450 duodecillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, Nolan Tootin, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
I don't know when he hugged Nolan, if it was
Okay.
before clothes
Item 19.8.
were taken by law enforcement. It would have
Cutting
to
from
be
another stain on the
We'll
shirt, stain E.
stain E. All right, we're on stain E.
And if you could just give us any individuals that were included in your results, please.
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the result is the DNA profile is approximately 590 million times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated
Do we
individuals
know who the third
contributed to the
person
mixture.
is?
19.9,
Nope.
stain F.
I lost an earring.
For item 19.9, a DNA profile was developed. Due to the inability to determine the number of contributors, no further interpretation will be offered.
So none.
Item 19.10,
What stain is that?
For item 19.10, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 430 octillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
item 19.11, which is a cutting from stain H.
So for those of you asking about Cousin Eddie, they swabbed Cousin Eddie. We haven't
Explain any
heard
individuals who are
any more about
included
that,
in
but
your
they did
analysis.
swab him. They swabbed everybody.
So for item 19.11, the only individual who had an inclusionary likelihood ratio, first, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Hipólito Torres, the DNA profile is approximately 10 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Hipólito Torres contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
So they included Hipólito Torres?
I guess if we could look back at this chart and tell us where he would fall along there.
The likelihood ratio for his comparison under those propositions was 10.
Chat,
which
we'll talk
falls
about the
under
unidentified
our,
DNA.
weak
It's not saying there's
support
unidentified
for
DNA. It's part
that
of the
first
scientific
scenario.
analysis. We'll get
Would
there.
that be trending
Hang
towards
on.
exclusion?
They are controls.
It's on,
They are not
in
saying there's
support of that first
unidentified
scenario.
DNA. Just to be clear.
On this side, the green side of the scale.
Chat, hear me clearly. They are not saying there is unidentified DNA on these shirts. It's part of the scientific control. I will explain more, I promise, when we get a moment, because I want to get all the results in. But there is not unidentified DNA on these. It's part of the statistical analysis. And then we will break down everything that we know. Okay, let's keep going. Hang in there, guys.
But it's 10. So that very first arrow
hang in
indicates
there.
weak support for that scenario. The range is 2 to 99.
Okay, so
And his likelihood ratio when compared to the DNA profile. The DNA profile is approximately 10 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Hipólito Torres contributed to
So
the
a low
mixture than
likelihood.
if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
and I don't want you to repeat that same thing again, but could you kind of, I guess, clarify what that means?
When making my comparison to the evidence DNA profile, I was not able to visually exclude Hipólito Torres as a possible contributor to the mixture, and so I ran the
Could not
statistic
exclude it.
for his comparison. And the result of that comparison is in support of the first scenario. The DNA profile is approximately 10 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Hipólito Torres contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander
These are-
Murdaugh and an
these are
unidentified, unrelated
statistical
individual contributed to the
comparisons.
mixture. So it's just tilting that seesaw 10 in that direction.
Okay, we have two cuttings left from the shirt.
Okay, good.
Item 19.12 is a cutting from stain I.
Thanks, counsel.
Based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included?
19.12, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 1.3 nonillion times more likely
Okay,
if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Margaret Murdaugh contributed to the mixture
that's a lot of
than
Maggie
if
DNA.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual
We're at
contributed to
nanu
the
nanu
mixture.
numbers.
And then item
Nonillion?
19.13.
We're at a lot
cutting
of
from
zeros
stain
after that.
J of the defendant's
We're at
shirt.
statistical significance.
For item
1913.
19.13, the DNA profile
Okay.
was interpreted as a mixture originating from three individuals. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 1.5 sextillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and two unidentified, unrelated
We're at
individuals
sextillion,
contributed to the
sextillion,
mixture than
beyond
if three
octillion.
unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Anybody else?
So this is one where I was not able to assume Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a contributor, so I am comparing each person individually. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 24 quintillion times more likely if Paul Murdaugh and two unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if three unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the
Okay.
comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 29 times more
Y'all
likely.
hang in there. It's almost
if
time for
Richard
lunch and we'll
Alexander
talk.
Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And like before, because there are multiple individuals who were included as contributors when compared individually, I have to calculate the statistic for them together. For that comparison, the DNA profile is approximately 260 quindecillion times more likely
lot.
if Margaret Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And similarly to that other item where there was an individual with a lower likelihood ratio, there is that statement about the recommendation to put more weight on the results of Proposition Set 3, which was the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, rather than the results of Proposition Set 4 when considering Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a possible contributor. to
Amy,
the
I
mixture.
promise we'll do a breakdown. It's time for a breakdown at the
So,
break.
In
It's almost
addition
lunch.
to this
We'll do a
shirt
breakdown
being
soon.
analyzed for DNA, Agent Nguyen told the jury a little bit about it being
I
tested
promise.
for blood.
We'll get there.
Can you
I'll
explain?
help you understand.
What you did to test this shirt for the presence of blood?
The shirt has Paul's
I
DNA,
was
Maggie's
asked
DNA,
to
Alex's DNA,
perform
and a
a
few
hemotrace
others.
test on the cuttings from the shirt. As Ms. Nguyen described, it's our confirmatory test for blood. It works similarly to a pregnancy test or a COVID test.
Are we
One line in the
confirming blood
control
on the
area
shirt?
is negative result, a line in the control
Oh.
area, and the test area would be a
Let's confirm
positive
for
result.
blood. That's good. I'm
That's
here.
Testing with hemotrace.
Yes.
And what were the results of the hemotrace testing on all of the items?
This has been some of the most
that you
clear
just discussed
testimony
with
of this trial, I think.
For items 19.2 through
Even though it's
19.13,
scientific.
the result
Scientific.
was no human blood identified.
And could you explain that to us? We had presumptive testing for blood and then some other testing and then the hemotrace, which says there was no blood. So what does that mean?
So presumptive tests are sensitive but not very specific. Like discussed earlier, there are possible false positives for presumptive tests. If we're requested to, we can perform a confirmatory test, which is more specific but is less sensitive.
What?
So and in your opinion, if there was blood on that shirt, could testing such as with LCV have diluted any blood on the shirt?
I am aware of some studies that have been performed on hemotrace testing after LCV that suggests that there is a possible interaction with the LCV and the hemotrace
So they
test.
fucked it. Okay.
And it is possible for there to be
Issues because of the LCV testing. So they tested it with
amounts
LCV
of
and that made it
hemoglobin that would not be detected by the test. that would
difficult
give
for the
a negative
hemotrace
result.
to detect it.
But the results of my testing were negative.
And as we've discussed, testing for blood and testing for DNA is different.
Yes.
All right. You also tested the defendant's pants.
Yes.
Oh, good.
Did you test those in a similar manner to the way you would test the cuttings from the shirt?
Do you mean for DNA?
Yes.
Yes.
That would be State's Exhibit 418, the defendant's pants, and the cuttings items Exhibit 460 and 461.
Kate said, all I'm hearing now is neither type of jazz and neither type of opera is on sale. Yep. That's basically where we're at. I promise I'll summarize.
Your items 20.2.
This is very important testimony.
Sorry, wrong report.
But it can be very, very difficult to parse through until you get someone to summarize it. So The scientist is not going to be the best
Okay.
person to summarize
So I
it.
guess as briefly as we can, let's discuss some of the results from the cuttings from those pants. Item 20.2 is a cutting from the front left interior pocket of the defendant's pants. Were any individuals included?
So for item 20.2, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. This was one where I calculated his likelihood ratio to see if I could condition on him as a contributor. So the result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 140 quadrillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture
Okay, he's
than
wearing
if
the
3
pants.
unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
He's wearing them.
And so then for the comparisons to the other individuals, Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture, and the scenarios are Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the person being compared, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 5.1 sextillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual
Okay, so
contributed to
Alec
the
and
mixture
Maggie.
than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 25 quintillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and
So-
an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than
Inside
if
the
Richard Alexander
pocket,
Murdaugh and
front
2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to
inside the front
mixture.
pocket of the
For
pants
the
he was
comparison of
wearing
all those individuals
is
together,
Maggie's DNA,
the
Paul's
DNA
DNA,
profile is
Alec's
approximately
DNA.
2 quintillion times more
Inside the
likely
front
if Richard
pants
Alexander
pocket.
Murdaugh,
You
Margaret
know,
Murdaugh,
where you put
and
your
Paul Murdaugh
handsies.
contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So,
The next
That.
cutting is item 20.3, a cutting from stain A on the defendant's pants.
we're on stain A from the pants. For the Melissa M, I see your question in the chat. Could she be explaining this clearer? No. This is actually
For
pretty clear.
20.3, the DNA
For
profile
DNA.
was
They
interpreted
just
as a
need a good
mixture
summary.
originating from 3 individuals. Richard Alexander
is-
Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture.
A chart would be helpful,
For the
but
comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 94 septillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh,
This is-
and an
this
unidentified
is how it's
unrelated individual
explained.
contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified
So.
unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
it's just tedious.
All right, 20.4, cutting from stain G from the defendant's pants. You could tell us if any individuals were included in that analysis.
The thing
For
is,
20.4, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating
is-
from 3
this
individuals.
is a family.
Richard
So
Alexander Murdaugh is
having
contributing to the mixture.
the DNA is kind of,
For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 24 sextillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
so again, statistical. These are on his short, the pants they're talking about are the
Was that
shorts
only
that were collected by
comparison with
police.
that item?
The khaki that are dark olive
That was
shorts
the only,
that he was wearing.
Inclusion.
yes, for that item.
Let's move to the next one. I think that would be 20.5, a cutting from stain C from the defendant's pants. You can please tell us if any individuals were included.
For 20.5, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 4.1 septillion times more likely
Okay,
if
so
Richard
from Alec and
Alexander
Paul.
Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
And I think we have 3 left.
Woohoo!
Item 20.6, a cutting from stain D from the defendant's pants.
It's hard when you can't see where stain D is from.
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. This was one where I was not able to assume Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a contributor, so I'm making the comparisons to each person individually.
And you can't assume him. Why?
When making that comparison, it seems that his DNA may be present, but at a low level, so I cannot assume him as a contributor.
They are
so I
his
would
pants,
run
though.
his likelihood ratio to see if I could
Oh,
condition.
yes, for all of
but
you
in
that
this
are like,
case,
wait,
it was not
Alex's
high
name
enough
is Richard.
to
Yes,
meet
Alex's
our
name is
threshold
also
to
Dick.
condition, so I'm just comparing him to
It's Dick and Dick.
the profile like every other individual.
So yes,
Um,
Richard Alexander Murdaugh
For the
goes by Alec.
comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 930 quintillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual, I'm sorry. The DNA profile is
Oh, dear.
approximately 930 quintillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated
Maggie.
individuals contributed to
Who
the
else's
mixture.
DNA?
For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 38 quintillion times more likely if Paul Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 190 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So Paul, Maggie,
And then we're
Alec.
calculating the statistic for all of those individuals together. The DNA profile is approximately 8.7 quindecillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And there is that same statement about putting more weight on the individual likelihood ratio for Richard Alexander Murdaugh when considering him as a contributor rather than the combined.
Item 20.7. Hopefully
Okay.
that should be an easy one.
For 20.7,
Nope.
a DNA profile was developed. Due to the inability to determine the number of contributors, no further interpretation will be offered.
And then lastly, item 20.8, a cutting
Lastly.
from stain F of defendant's pants.
Lastly, she said lastly, she said lastly. Don't fuck with us. We're ready for
For
lunch.
20.8, the DNA
Lastly.
profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. I calculated the likelihood ratio for Richard Alexander Murdaugh to see if it met our threshold to condition on him as a contributor. The result for his comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 320 million times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
When she
And
says
then we're making
unrelated, she's
comparisons to the
speaking
other individuals.
biologically.
I'm
She's
including
speaking
him as a contributor. So
related
Richard Alexander Murdaugh is
and sharing
contributing to the
DNA.
mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 2.66 trillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2
Okay,
unidentified,
Alec,
unrelated
Maggie,
individuals
and-
contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh,
And Paul.
the DNA profile is approximately 17 quintillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And then once again, we're calculating the likelihood ratio of all of those individuals contributing to the
I'm
mixture
interested to see where
together.
cross-examination goes with
The
this.
DNA profile is approximately 93
It's like they all live at the same house, right?
quadrillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and Paul Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Once they break for lunch, I'll break this down.
Now, as far as the shorts or defendant's pants go, did you do any confirmatory testing on those with Hematrace?
No, I did not.
Exhibit 419 is the defendant's shoes, which is
So
item
they didn't
21.
Hematrace it for blood.
And in exhibit 460, I believe it's up here in some of this.
All right, shoes will be interesting.
460. Can you tell us
To see
what
if there is
contained-
blood
if
on the
cutting
shoes.
from the left shoelace of the defendant's shoes is contained in that exhibit?
Should we need to open it to tell
Yes, 21.2 is part of this container.
And did you analyze the cutting from that shoelace?
you?
Yes.
Okay. And were any individuals included in your results there?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source for the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh. The result is the DNA profile is approximately 410 septillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed the profile than if an unidentified unrelated
Shocking.
individual contributed the
His
profile.
DNA is on his shoelaces.
And did you also get some swabs from a raincoat?
Okay. His DNA
Yes, I did.
is on his shoelace. Because, of course,
That would be case exhibit 462. 2 swabs.
Law and Lumber, she did promise last one. It was last one on the shorts, it seems.
Your items 173.2 and 173.3.
Yes.
Can you analyze those items?
Yes, I did.
Item 173.2 from the raincoat appears to be swabs from the interior cuffs, collar, hood, and
Has he ever touched the
interior
raincoat?
zipper areas
That I
and
wanna
zipper
know.
pull of the blue raincoat. Could you tell us the results of your analysis of that item? or
No.
swab?
Sorry. No DNA profile was developed.
And then
What?
item 173.3, swabs from the side opening, zipper area, and both interior portions of exterior pocket of blue raincoat.
A partial DNA profile was developed due to the limited information obtained and the inability to determine the number of
So no
contributors.
DNA on the
further
raincoat.
interpretation will be offered.
Okay.
Okay, Agent Zapata, thank you so much for going through all that with us. We have no further questions for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break
Lunch,
for
lunch,
lunch now
lunch,
and
lunch.
resume at 2:30.
Remain in order.
Remain in order, the court yells as they break for lunch. We're going to talk about DNA in just a minute. Court resumes at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be back here at 1:25 p.m. Central Standard Time on the afternoon stream, but we're going to wait and see if the court has anything to say to the attorneys before they leave, before I get into doing a little bit of what we've learned and haven't learned from DNA today. Yes, the state has to summarize this. I hear
Ma'am, you
court.
may step down. Please do not discuss your
I just
testimony
don't
with
see
anyone over
court.
lunch. And we're in recess till
All right.
All right, we're in recess. Court is officially in recess. We are going to go through that in just one moment as soon as I make sure that the afternoon stream has the right time on it. So I'm going to go do that now. I will be back. What time did I just say? 1:25 p.m. Central Standard Time. So give me a second to populate that, and we will talk about all of this in just one moment, I promise. All right. So you should be able to see the afternoon stream shortly, and this stream will dump right into that. Woof, that was a lot today, and we have one more thing to cover. So here's what's happening from now. Let me swoop, and let me tell you what's happening. We're going to do a summary as best we can of the DNA testimony from this morning. Then we are going to look at the newly released redacted crime scene video from the very first officers on scene. Y'all have tagged me on Twitter up one side and down the other. I appreciate it. I know it's there. We see it. We're going to go over that together. So those are the two things that we are going to do. Then I'm going to answer questions. And if you take a moment to subscribe, we might also bing. We're almost at 691,000 law nerds. And then we'll have to figure out what we're going to do to celebrate 700,000. Maybe we will do hair color. Maybe we will just do everybody grab a glass of whiskey and just have a whiskey stream together to just take a minute, because we're going to need a minute. So let's do those two things. All right. First, let's talk DNA, baby. DNA. Here's what she was saying, where I saw a lot of confusion in the chat was when I compared it to this versus an unknown, unrelated DNA. That is all statistics. So she's saying the statistical probability that it's Alec Murdaugh is this number when compared to an unknown, unrelated this. It's not that there's unknown, unrelated DNA. It's that they are saying statistically it is a quadrillion times more likely that it's Alec than that it's somebody else. That is why they kept saying that number. So when we were going through the DNA, we learned that there was some DNA on the clothes, of course. Now, what we're going to learn from the prosecution is that they think this is because Alec had their DNA on him and cleaned up. Alec never said he cleaned up, ever. He said he touched everybody, but he never said he changed shirts. He never said he cleaned up. So how is he transferring blood from Maggie Murdaugh to the steering wheel of the Suburban? But it's also consistent with the defense's story and Alec's story, which is he got home, he drove up to the kennels, he saw a horrific crime scene, he went out, he touched everybody, he freaked out, he called 911, he got in the car, he drove back to the house, he picked up the Borelli, he went back to the kennels. But if that happened, the question I have is, why isn't there more blood? If you're trying to flip over Paul, who we know was in a terrible condition from a very violent shotgun, 2 very violent shotgun blasts, if you're trying to flip him over, why is it a little bit of blood on the steering wheel? Why isn't it all of the blood, all of the places? It makes more sense that there would be lots of blood, given the way Alec said things went down, than the fact that there's not a lot of blood. That makes less sense unless you cleaned up and showered. And if you cleaned up and showered like you called 911 and you're like, I am freaking out. Like, I am freaking out. I'm washing my hands. I can't. Why wouldn't you just say that in any of the interviews? Because there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with showing up and trying to check your family's pulse and having their blood on them and freaking the fuck out about it. And then saying that. The prosecution's going to argue consciousness of guilt. He wanted to have no blood on him because he knows that he caused it. That's the direction that they're going to argue. The defense is going to argue this is consistent with this story, and law enforcement came out, and law enforcement was touching people and not covered in blood. So law enforcement also wasn't covered in blood. So, okay. So those are the types of things we're going to hear argued. There was blood and DNA of Maggie and Alec on the steering wheel. Defense, yeah, he touched her and then got back in the car. Prosecution, but where's the rest of the blood? He must have showered. And there were wet towels, so he must have showered. And then his clothes have Maggie's DNA, Paul's DNA, and others. Notably missing his mother's DNA and Blanca's DNA. If Blanca's washing the clothes, you would think there might be some DNA on it. And we know that Blanca and literally everybody else was swabbed. So we'll see. We'll see. It's just very odd that there's no blood. So I think in this case, the prosecution is going to have to argue the voids. What is missing in this case? And if I'm the prosecution, that's what I'm arguing to the jury. We need to look at the evidence we have, but we also need to look at the evidence that's missing. The gun, the 300 blackout gun is missing. And I don't think we got any DNA from the casings of the 300 blackout. Those were items like 1 through 7. and they gave us item 7.1. So maybe item 7.1, I would need to go back and look. Maybe item 7.1 is the accumulation, but I don't know that for sure. So the 300 blackout is missing. The shotgun is missing. Paul's DNA was on the shot shells that were ejected from the shotgun that killed him. So we know that that's a family gun, but the family gun is missing. Where is it? Where are the pants from the Snapchat video? Where is the shirt from the Snapchat video? Where are the shoes from the Snapchat video? Where are those? Where are the guns? Where is the blood? Where are the clothes? And then the prosecution will probably also argue, though I don't love this argument, where are the tears? Where is the hyperventilating? How is he sitting in the cop car telling a story about CB Rowe and Black Panthers and Navy SEALs and the FBI and the sunflowers and all the rest of it without saying, without what else? The defense will argue he's in shock. The prosecution's going to argue he knew exactly what it was because he did it. So the voids speak loudly. And the defense will argue, well, he's not covered in blood because he didn't shoot them. The shooter would have been covered in blood. Well, wouldn't somebody who went and touched them also be? So those are the voids. So that's where we're getting with the DNA, is to what is on him and what is not on him. And they're family members. So they're around each other. They're touching each other. But when did he change his shirt? He changed it at some point and never told the prosecution. So we still have a lot of questions in this case, and we need to look at that crime scene video. I hear Dr. B. Dr. B, are you off? All right. Have a great day. All right. Yeah, I'll eat in a minute. Thank you, hon. All right. So let's go look at that video. But this is the prosecution's going to argue the voids. We do have Maggie's DNA transferred onto the Benelli that he was holding when law enforcement came up and transferred onto the wheel of the steering wheel. But why so much of Maggie's DNA and not as much of Paul's? It's interesting. They're also going to argue that Maggie was shot more close up. We have not heard the ME yet, but just from all the evidence we have, I believe that that's what they're going to get to. So maybe that explains it. Why was Nolan Tutin's DNA there? Who is Hippolito Torres and why was their DNA there? I don't know. Let's take a look at this crime scene video and then answer some questions. Dr. B was like, you need to take a break and eat. We'll get to questions. Don't worry. We'll get to questions. Don't worry. So why Maggie's DNA and not Paul's if he checked both? These are all questions. The problem is when there's a ton of questions in a case, if the prosecution can't answer those questions, neither can the jury. This is 8 minutes of crime scene video. I will probably pause it and talk through it. Some of you might have watched it. Some of you might not have. This is a redacted crime scene video. The bodies are blurred, thankfully, from this. So this is showing law enforcement showing up. Very first officer that showed up. This was testimony from day one. So I'm going to swoop again just so we have timestamps because replay crew, love you. I see y'all watching these videos after work and when you have a break. I will be doing a quick bits for this week. It will be up. Week 3 just got delayed because of travel and concert and family stuff going on for me. What else? Don't forget to do the subscribing things. We are just about to bang, you guys. We are at 690,900 plus. So if a few of you subscribe with the over 41,000 of you here, we will bing. All right. Are you sure you want to watch all of this now? Yes, because otherwise I'm just going to get food and watch it now. I am riveted. So I can't. The ADHD is real and I need to watch it now. I need to watch it now. This should not be graphic in any way. This is the first law enforcement officer showing up on scene and it has been redacted. So let's pull that up and watch it together from Law and Crime. Thanks, Law and Crime. I'm glad you have the video up. I'm sure it'll be everywhere by the end of the day, but for now, it's here. Oh, y'all, I see y'all subscribing. I can see it. I can see it on my end. 690,969. I see you, law nerds. I see what you're doing.
Central 717, scene is secure.
So he is saying scene is secure. I'm going to turn this up. I don't know what the volume is going to be like. I will try to moderate it so it doesn't kill everybody's ears. Let's continue.
Got a Whiskey Fox, Whiskey Mike, both gunshot wounds to the head.
So when he's saying Whiskey Fox, Whiskey Mike, he is saying white male, white female, both with gunshot wounds to the head. So this is the hangar with the lights on back here. What I will note, and I'm going to back up again, what I will note is I see the lights from Alec's truck. This is where he's parked. This blur down here where the Law and Crime logo is Paul's body. These are the kennel overhangs, exterior kennels. This is the overhang from the hangar on the side. When we see the Snapchat video, the lights are on and it is dusk. So I don't know when the lights got turned off, but the lights were on.
Central 717 scene is secure. Got a Whiskey Fox, Whiskey Mike,
Also, the dogs are not losing their minds at all.
both gunshot wounds to the head.
All right, I'm going to turn this up just a little bit more because this is still kind of low. Let's see, and then I'll moderate it that way. All right.
Sir, I wanted to let you know because of the scene, I did go get a gun and bring it down here.
It's in your vehicle? Do you have any guns on you at all?
No, sir. It's leaning up
Okay.
against the side of my car.
Okay. You're fine, man. You're fine. Turn around for me.
I don't have any.
Okay. Yes, sir. I see that.
This
Okay.
is the white shirt.
This is your wife and son?
I'm fine.
Okay.
It's bad. It's bad. Check the pulses.
Yes, sir.
He said it's bad. I checked their pulses. And I think closed captioning's on. Hold on. I'm going to just move that up. Y'all are saying no pocket. Hold on. I'm going to back up a little bit. We're going to watch it again. I see a pocket over on his side, but we'll go back to the officer approaching him. I see a pocket in the front there with a logo on it.
I did go get a gun and bring it
Okay.
down
Yep,
here.
there's a
in your
pocket on the
vehicle?
front of that.
Do you have any guns on you at all?
There's a pocket on the front of that shirt.
So it's leaning up
Okay.
against the side of my car.
Okay. You're fine, man. You're fine. Turn around for me.
I don't have any.
Okay. Yes, sir. I see that. Okay. This is your wife and son?
I'm fine.
Okay.
It's bad. It's
So-
bad. Check the pulses.
He said I checked the pulses.
This is the firearm you brought from inside the house?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I went and get. This is a.
When we hear from the medical examiner, you guys can decide if you would have checked pulses or not, given the catastrophic injuries to the body. I don't know. The jury's going to have to decide whether that's sus to them or not.
Long story. My son was in a boat wreck.
Oh, shit.
Months back.
Immediately into the boat wreck. Immediately into the boat wreck. And he said he checked their pulses. He is completely clean.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I went and get. This is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck a few months back. He's been getting threats. Most of it's been benign stuff we didn't take serious.
Okay.
You know, he's been getting like punched. I know that's somebody. I know that's what it is.
He is definitely sweating.
When did you get
Quite a
home?
lot.
Right when you called, or did you go to the
You
house
can see
first?
it on
Where's
his
the
neck.
house?
I came to the house first. My mom has late stages Alzheimer's.
It's a
and my dad
lot
is
of
in the
exposition.
hospital.
Okay.
I left. I don't know what time. I can go back on my phone and tell you.
I've seen a lot of interviews with people at crime scenes. He's not freaking the fuck out. Maybe it's because it took law enforcement 15 minutes to get there, but he has gotten right into the boat wreck, right into what's going on. There's a lot of description going on here. This is a lot. The jury will get to see and has seen. The reason it waited is because it needed to be redacted and blurred. But that's a lot. Like, that's a lot.
The exact times. Did you check?
Okay. Did I check what?
Did you check them?
We got medical guys that are that's what they're gonna do. Okay.
What are they doing? Can they hurry?
They are. Yes, sir. That gentleman that was out here already, he's one of the
Sir?
battalion chiefs. Okay.
The
How
dogs
did
are
you
not
pull
freaking
up?
out.
From back there.
I went to the house and they weren't home, which was odd. I
There's
tried
the
to call,
Benelli.
Okay.
And then I knew they had been.
Yeah,
down
don't
there
walk
before
near
I
it.
left to go to my mom.
Did you see the officer trying to step in between the defendant and the gun? Look, most of y'all would have been separated from your car and your gun much faster than this is happening. They are giving him a lot of consideration and leeway.
Okay.
And so that is loaded.
Okay.
You might want to unload it. But I mean,
Thanks for telling him how to do his job, Alec. You might want to
Is
unload
this the
it.
only firearm with you? This is the only one, or is there any more in the truck?
He's putting on gloves.
I
Hey.
believe that's it.
You think that's the only one? Okay.
I'm 99%.
Do you normally
certain that's
have
right.
any other firearms in your vehicle?
I don't, but
Okay.
occasionally there's a pistol in there.
Okay.
What? Mind you, you can see
Just wait right here for me for a second, okay?
he's going to go put the gun away. You can see how close he is standing to the bodies. And we have heard about the horrific injuries. And you barely hear the dogs at all. You heard the dogs more in the 911 call. I'm not surprised law enforcement's going to go lock that away. You've heard from other law enforcement that they were overwhelmed by this crime scene.
He's also going to give us the assistance of a couple of field agents.
Oh, he can absolutely see. He's very close to where they are. There's other things I've noticed.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Did you hear what he just asked? Hold on. He asks, they are dead, aren't they? These are very apparent wounds. So it's very interesting the way he's saying it. So that's an interesting thing.
They are dead, aren't they?
Just turn on those.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Randy.
He's on the phone with Randy. Walking away from law enforcement.
Where are you now? All right. Yeah, the police are here now. The police are here now.
I'm looking for changes in demeanor more than I'm looking for a specific demeanor, just when I'm watching this to see his face.
That's my brother.
Okay. When was the last time you were here
Shift.
with them? Or talked to them or anything like that?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but
Okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes.
I was gone an hour and a half for my mom's. No, you weren't. No, you weren't on an hour and a half for your mom's. No, you were not. No, you were not. And he's not going to say anything about being up at the kennels with them. Like, I was here with them. I left. I went to my mom's. I was just here with them. I was just here with them. And I left to go to my mom's and I came back. An hour and a half is not right time. No, it's not.
Before that,
Okay.
I rode around with Paul for 2 hours.
Hold on. I'm going to back up just a little bit because I want to hear exactly what he says next.
Night. I don't know the exact time, but
Okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
Okay.
I rode around with Paul for 2 hours this afternoon.
It wasn't-
in the pickup truck.
That's your son, Paul?
It was not 45 minutes before you left for your mom's that you last saw them. It was sure not.
Okay.
Somebody going to check them?
Yes, sir. They've already checked them.
They did check them?
Yes, sir.
It's official that they're dead?
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
It's official? Mind you, not to be graphic, but I'm going to be graphic. Mind you, when he calls 911, he tells 911 that he can see Paul's brain because Paul's brain was completely separated from the rest of him. He tells 911 he can see that. So he tells 911 basically that he knows that they're dead. So it's very interesting that he's like, it's official, they're dead. Did you check them? Did you check them? It's very odd for me, given how that he tells 911 he tried to check, but he didn't want to check. It's just, all of this is odd.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
And he is sweating a ton.
I'm very sorry.
As one of the officers noted,
Gotta call her parents.
What's her name?
and again, the sweat to me just is giving outside South Carolina June evening. That's all it's giving to me. The law enforcement noted that his shirt was too clean and too crisp for how much he was sweating, that it wouldn't have been on him all night. That's what law enforcement was talking about. So
Her name is Maggie Murdaugh. Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh.
you can also see how tall Alec is
How you
based
doing?
on the body cam.
What's her birthday?
Oh, I talked over it.
9:15.
Hold on. That's the how you doing. Which we heard that as he's talking to this officer, he says, how you doing? This is actually less weird to me in the video because it seems that the person he says, how you doing to comes into his line of sight. Okay, I'm going to, these earrings are fighting with me today, but the how you doing is less weird.
How you doing?
What's her birthday?
I'm going to go back just a few more seconds. There we go.
What's her name?
Her name is Maggie Murdaugh. Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh. How you doing?
What's her birthday?
9/15/68.
Okay, and what's your son's first name? You said Paul?
Paul Terry Murdaugh.
Remember, this is the shirt that smelled like laundry
birthday?
detergent,
Jason, do you have any
not sweat.
town that could stop and pick up that tent? I see lighting off in the distance.
What are they covering them up?
I got some getting dressed now.
He said, go and bring the tent. I see lightning off in the distance. So law enforcement is talking about the fact that they're going to need to put a tent over, particularly Maggie, who is where you see that blurring right there by the hangar.
Now, Sheriff, I'll have somebody stop and grab it.
Tell them they don't have to do that. They don't need to.
They do need
Preserve
to.
what we can.
653. Where's it at? I'm in town.
Actually, tried to be Delta 8.
It is so dark out there.
What's Paul's birthday?
Copy.
Like 9 law enforcement officers asked him what Paul's birthday were this night.
April 14th, 1999, sir.
Put it up as wide as you can. That's fine. You said 99?
Sir?
He was born in 99?
He was born April 14th, 1999.
Okay. What's your first name, sir?
My name is Alex Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
You familiar with the location?
I will absolutely watch this again.
Hey,
But law enforcement is
come around
arriving.
the truck and then go to the building. Come around the truck and then.
They're trying
Yes.
to cordon off
What's that?
so law enforcement isn't coming through.
Okay.
So they were trying to stay the perimeter. So law enforcement's trying to organize how they're coming in and out so people aren't walking through. He's wandered off. And they're trying to start to
Go over
tape
that
things
corner
up
of the building.
to preserve it.
I'm almost to you. Let me see what we have first and whether or not we're going to handle that part or not.
I see quite a few tire tracks in here. Were any of these you going in and out?
No, I came in here and I left one time and I came back.
Okay.
Looks like it's starting to rain.
But the rest of them, maybe
Okay.
from earlier, but
Okay.
only 2 are mine.
Did you go out this way at all?
No.
Billy's right.
All right. That is the end of the body cam. There are things that have occurred to me since I've been watching this case. One of the things is in that first interview in the police car, he's asked if he sees anything around Maggie and Paul, and he mentions nothing. Yet his friend Ronnie, who shows up at the crime scene later because he calls everyone to this crime scene, said that it was very clear to him that there were shell casings on the ground. It's just a very odd thing. So that is the body cam footage. That is the very first law enforcement officer that shows up on scene. And the very first law enforcement officer that shows up on scene, he immediately gets into the boat case and his mother. And that his mother is where he was and that she has late stages of Alzheimer's and all the rest of it. Oh, y'all, we binged in real time. Y'all made it happen. Y'all made it happen. So we're going to play that. We're going to answer a few questions and then we're all going to take a break for lunch. That was an interesting video. Like Infant said, I was more inconsolable when my kid broke his arm. Me, every time my children have broken a bone. Me, absolutely me. And I try not to judge other people's responses. I try to look at how they switch between things because everyone responds to trauma differently. And people go into shock differently. It's just odd. And we'll see how the jury determines it because they're going to look at all the interviews together and determine them together. But for now, we're going to celebrate that we banged and go to questions. So let's do that. Oh, it binged. Move your head. All right, let's get to a few questions before we take a break to get some lunch. It was a long morning. DNA evidence, it takes a long time. We learned some interesting things. We excluded some things. Yay. Annie T said regarding the video, he is clean. His knees and hands are clean. Yes. He is introducing suspects right away. What do you think? It's odd. It's consistent with his other interviews, but it's odd. But he said he checked their pulse. He's a really, really tall dude. So I don't imagine just watching him move around that he's leaning over. I would imagine he would have gotten down onto the ground to actually check somebody's pulse. But if he did check their pulse, why is he so clean? It's so confusing. And then he's wiping his face constantly with that shirt that we now know has Maggie's DNA on it, Paul's DNA on it, and others. The lie about the time at mom's is very specific. How many minutes is he trying to cover up for himself? He's setting the timeline up in that lie. And remember, he not only tells law enforcement that's how long he was at mom and dad's, which we know is now controverted. And normally I would say, hey, this is trauma. He might have misestimated how long he was at his mom's. He couldn't have been. We know he left the house at 9:06. We know he calls law enforcement he calls 911 at 10:06. So we know he's gone less than an hour from his house to getting back to the house. But if he says it's an hour and a half and we know that the murders occurred, or we suspect that the murders occurred around 8:50, because that's when the cell phones go dark, then that hour and a half time frame covers the suspected time of the murders because they suspected at 8:50. Law enforcement has put the time of the murders around 10 a.m. because he calls at 10:06. So they're working off a 10 a.m. time frame. Prosecutors, I don't think, start working off of this 8:49 time frame until they get the forensics on the phones. So his lie that he was there an hour and a half covers the time of 8:59. So we now have him saying I was there an hour and a half, which covers that time frame. Did I say AM? I meant PM. Evening, nighttime. So he calls 911 at 10:06 p.m. So with that, that alone wouldn't be weird to me. That one inconsistency. I fuck up time all the time, sometimes in real time while I'm streaming, because streaming. But it's not just that he said an hour and a half. It's that he also told Shelly, his mom's evening caregiver, if anyone asks, I was here 30 to 40 minutes. And it made her so uncomfortable, she called her brother, who's in law enforcement. And then you couple that with the fact that he told Blanca that he was wearing a different shirt. So you now have some inconsistencies, and you have him telling people to agree with his inconsistencies. And that is an issue. The timeline is hard. The timeline is close. How is he so fucking clean? The timeline is super close. From that 8:50 to him leaving at 9:06. That's a difficult timeline. But then you've got other stuff in here that's super weird. Have autopsies been discussed yet? No, we do not have the medical examiner in yet. I want to hear the ME's time of death. I do too. It's probably going to be a bit longer. Is no one going to mention that his cousin is an armorer who can destroy the guns that he built? I mean, the cousin did testify. They didn't ask the cousin that. Will we ever know who was killed first? Unlikely. One of them witnessed the other's murder and knew they were next. So horrific. Thank you for your coverage, Robin Smith. I don't think we're going to get that. I don't think we're going to see that. And I don't think we're going to hear from that. Though it depends on how much we get on bullet trajectories. We're not going to get a lot of trajectories from the shotguns. I'm sure people will try to recreate it. I don't know how much it matters. I think it was probably Paul because Maggie was running. And I need to see what the coroner says about the bullet trajectories, whether Maggie was running away or towards the gunshots she heard by where her son was. Could some of his lawyer experience explain some of his speech idioms and actions? Could. We just don't know him well enough. The lie about the time to moms is very specific. It is. And if I'm the prosecution, I'm arguing that the reason he said at first he was gone an hour and a half is because he knew exactly when they were killed, because he's the one that killed them. He knew they were killed at 8:50 p.m., not 10 p.m. He knew they weren't killed 6 minutes before he arrived and called 911. And that's why he was trying to cover that time frame. And that's why he told Shelly to cover that time frame. Again, the prosecution needs to argue some of the gaps. What is the evidence that we have, and where are the gaps? Is that enough for this jury? I don't know yet. But the lies are starting to build up in a very strange way. In a very strange way. Look, you can only deal with one or two consequences when you've got a double homicide and the last person that saw the two people alive is lying and trying to get people to lie for him. And those are family guns. And now we know that the shotgun that killed Paul Murdaugh was loaded by Paul Murdaugh based on his DNA being on those shell casings. Shelly said, I live in Florida, and because of the humidity in the summertime, you can, quote, sweat profusely for up to an hour after you shower. Oh, yeah. It is likely that it's not sweat and that it's condensation on his body from showering. It could be both. I shower like 3 times in the summer here. People that see horrific things are really good at switching off emotions. It's not odd to me that it's going off and on. And the jury's going to have to deal with that too. It's the emotion is not as odd to me as the ready boat case. It's the boat case. This is about the boat case. If the prosecution is wise, they will argue the reason he immediately drops into this is about the boat case is because that's his reason for killing them. Not because he's worried that that's why they were killed, because he knows that that is his reason for killing them. And that ties in the motive with all of the financial stuff. They've not said that clearly at all. They've not said that clearly at all. We'll see if they do. Lawn Lumber said he has only been in the chat for 30 minutes today. Lawn Lumber, of course you've only been in the chat for 30 minutes today. Can confirm. Do you think Alec expected the cell phones and the OnStar in his car would give so much information? I don't think so. He's got to know some about the cars, though. He's a PI attorney that deals with car stuff. But I don't know if he's that smart. I don't. Eek, my honey love order just arrived, and they are latex free, and I have anaphylaxis to latex, so it's hard to find underwear. So thank you. You're welcome. They are a great sponsor, and I love them. Dr. Henry Lee, a blood spatter expert, taught at University of New Haven. I don't know if he's retired. Okay. I don't think he's the blood spatter expert in this case. But he might be the blood spatter expert for the defense. That was from earlier. Why couldn't the defense have rebuked the state's expert testimony with their own? Lauren R., I think the defense can rebuke the state's blood spatter expert. I think it's not worth it for the state to fight that fight. Their blood spatter expert's a disaster. Now that we have OnStar, we need someone to help fill in the blanks regarding cell phones and when they weren't hitting a cell tower using Wi-Fi activity and iMessaging not visible on phone records. They do need to tie some of that up. I don't know if they will. I'm not overly optimistic. I know I pulled that one up. So thank you, Lauren. Is criminal law so different from civil law? Criminal law and civil law are different, but telling a story to a jury is the same. Or is it the lawyers and their skills? This feels so unorganized compared to JD and AH. Yeah, it does. That's the lawyers. It's disorganized. It's making me twitch most of the time. The guns and boxes just laying all over the floor. Like the whole courtroom feels like a disorganized cluster and I hate it. But no, telling a story to a jury effectively is a matter of skill. The type of law, I don't think matters all that much. The laws are different. How to do a trial is not so different. Will Dunkin' Donuts and Krispy Kremes be eaten simultaneously? Or will one of the donuts claim subject matter jurisdiction? That's hilarious. Thank you. Check out the cause of death for Grandpa Murdaugh. Rumored to be suicide. It was ruled accidental. He parked his... What? That I have not heard. There is so much what regarding this family. I will take a look. OnStar waited till after the trial was expected to end. I don't know what the hell OnStar was doing. I don't know what OnStar was doing at all. Law and Crime fixed their feed. Law and Crime's feed's been kind of wonky today. I get it. They want to promote the podcast. I do too. It's called The Emily Show. Am I putting it up on screen? No. Y'all will find it if you want to. I trust you. Seems to me absence of blood is more condemning than its presence. In this case, yes, based on what he said. You and Rob rock in the coverage. We are professionals. Carla said that's how we know they won't be next because it makes sense. Today seemed like a logical order. Would SLED not have taken AM in as a suspect after these positive presumptive samples? No, they wouldn't have. They needed more. They know they needed more. And by the time some of these came back, he was already in custody on other stuff. Playhouse Choice. Emily, you're such a good lawyer. Well, thank you for the compliment. Why don't you practice anymore so I can do this? I have a whole TED talk about leaving the district attorney's office if you guys are interested in it. It's linked on my channel. It's on the TEDx channel. But this I like so much more. I definitely have my time to be in court, but it is not easy. It is not easy to do. It is long days. And I get to spend a lot more time with my family and spend time with y'all doing this. This has been amazing. I love interacting with the law this way. I don't get to wear fuzzy slippers when I'm in court. And judges really do want you there at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's so rough. Question, do you think they showed the Elmo by mistake? No, I don't think they showed the Elmo by mistake. I think they figured out how to do it and when to do it. I think the raincoat was kept in the skinning shed and hosed off after butchering deer. It's very possible. It looks like that kind of coat that you would wear for skinning. That's very, very possible. EDB, do you think AM went to get the shotgun before calling 911 to cover him for gunshot residue and touching bodies to cover any blood he had on him? I think the grabbing of the shotgun was, I think the state is going to argue it's a manufactured alibi. And I think the defense is going to say, if he's worried about the boat case and think there's a vigilante on the loose, of course he's going to go grab a shotgun. But also, if I think there's a vigilante on the loose and it's hot as hell, what I'm doing is waiting the fuck in my car with the air conditioning on and not standing around outside. But that's just me. I absolutely am a creature that likes to be comfortable. Unrelated to what is happening now, I think Alec couldn't bear to having Maggie find out he was a criminal. He worshipped her. But then why Paul? Random thought, Poot gives off major yeah from the Sandlot energy. Anyone else picking this up? Lots of people have picked up lots of things about Poot. Phenolphthalein is a pH indicator, which is why so many things can create false positive. It changes color when it reacts to items with certain pH. Yes, purple. I thought she was reading her qualifications as they were so precise and all of the answers sounded robotic nerves, maybe. No, I think it's memorization so that you don't have to do it again and again and again and again. Morning, Emily. I found you during Haley Page JLM Couture trial and was hooked. Thank you. We haven't circled back to that in too long. It was at the very end of the year, beginning of this year, when we last checked in on Haley Page and JLM. We love you at Say Yes to the Dress. Atlanta, well, I love y'all too. Atlanta's fantastic, and I bet the dresses are amazing. I heard Inside Shorts Pocket has blood, not the shirt. Inside Short Pocket had DNA. Inside Shirt Pocket had something, and I need to go back and look at exactly what. Is it possible the prosecution kind of scapegoated the first few weeks of trial in order to organize the testimony we're seeing now? No, they would never. Prosecutors are, you've got to have a level of confidence and competitiveness to want to do trial attorney work. Trial attorney is a sport. There are lots of attorneys that I meet and they're like, fuck you. I want to write emails. I want to be in my office and I don't want to go into court. I do not want to be on this battlefield. There is lots of lawyering that involves never stepping foot in a courtroom. There are lots of lawyers with tons of experience that have never done a trial, never conducted a hearing in court in front of a judge, ever. Lawyering in court is a very, very specific type of a thing. And so, no, I think these prosecutors weren't prepared for how fast this was going to come up on them. It's a lot of information, and I don't know how many murder trials they do. Creighton was very excited about all the checks, very excited, but trying to figure out what order to best present that in needed to be thought through a little bit more. And this is not like presenting to a grand jury. This is different. It's much different when you've got defense present. So I just don't know. Have you seen the behavioral panel? They have analyzed AM's behavior and the way he answers questions in the car and decided he's probably guilty. Well, they're not the jury. I have not watched it yet. I've heard lots about it. I generally like the behavioral panel. I am very interested in the way people talk, the way people express themselves. I find that all very interesting because there are things that are odd, but also I've never seen Alec Murdaugh in another traumatic situation. So I don't know if it's odd for him or if he defaults into work mode and this is normal for him. I don't know. So, and the jury's going to get to decide what's normal for them. Misty says, and there goes the boom. DNA doesn't lie. DNA does not lie. My needle has moved significantly. A lot of you were saying that last week too, that the needle has moved on this case. We definitely talked about the armorer cousin, who's also law enforcement. Do we think he washed his hands off at the kennels before law enforcement arrived? I think there is room to argue that he showered. So I think there's lots of room to argue he showered. Why not open 2 tabs, one for audio, one for video? Anastasia, because when we use law and crime, they are on a delay. So the audio and video will not sync up across different channels. Question, can you explain why all DNA expert doesn't clearly say whose DNA it is or is not? How can a jury understand and keep up? It's the lawyer's job to make the jury understand and keep up. And it's because they are talking about scientific statistical probability. So they're not going to say that's Maggie's DNA. They're going to say the profile with Maggie's DNA is 1 quadrillion times more likely than an unknown DNA. So, and that is because it is a tested science. So that's why. That's why. Why was he bleeding, or is it her blood and his DNA as he touched her blood? S. McQueen, I think it's probably Maggie's blood, but they're never going to say that. And the lawyer did a very good job of making sure they weren't going to identify whose blood it was. I think it's transferred from Maggie, but how did he transfer blood if he is clean? That is the void, and that is the question. So Alec touched her and then drove, then washed up. He didn't say. He never said he washed ever. In any of the things. Didn't Alec Murdaugh say he touched the bodies on the 911 call? He said a lot that he touched them. But the evidence on his body doesn't say. Could the unidentified DNA be from dogs? I think we cleared up that the unidentified DNA is the set. It's not actual unidentified DNA. It is the statistical control. Question, couldn't his DNA be on the shotgun shells if they fell on the ground and his blood got on them? What does it mean Why does it have to mean he loaded the gun? Amanda Church, that's a good question. There's no blood on those shells. There was no blood on the shells. If the shells had apparent blood on them or apparent blood and fingerprints or anything on them, that's fine. But the shells were clean, and law enforcement brought them into court. They were completely clean. So it could absolutely mean there's blood on it if there's blood on it, but there wasn't. So then it's coming from touch DNA from fingers. Nillion, bobillion, banana, fanafophilian, me, my fophilian. Yep, that's where we're at with the numbers. Sorry, I meant to ask if the unidentified DNA under Maggie's nails could be the dog. If they identified animal DNA, I don't know if they would state it specifically, but what they said is there were very, very few things under Maggie's nails that weren't Maggie. Alex kept lifting his shirt and wiping his face with it. Shirt should have been drenched with sweat and streaked with whatever. And it's weird that it's so clean and still smells like detergent. It's weird. It's just weird. Lack of blood makes no sense. Yes, it doesn't make any sense. Thank you for everything you do. You're welcome. You're welcome. I mean, we're trying. OnStar was paid off. I've got questions about GM. So many questions. Pros after hearing DNA expert. So you're saying there's a chance. Oh, the prosecution. I mean, saying there's a chance is definitely not where the prosecution should be. Anna said, I went through a trauma recently involving my dog. I can understand the emotions and shock, but not the so clear alibi. Anna, that makes perfect sense. And I'm so sorry for what you experienced. Pawned trauma is so very hard. He had flip-flops on. I didn't see that in this video. I saw those sneakers. It looked like those sneakers to me. So that's what it looked like to me. You rock, Emily. Turn some of this boring stuff into interesting. I try to help, but some of this is difficult. Let's see. For crime's sakes, I'd found son dead of shot to head. Police came, called Emmy. I asked if they were sure he's dead. Quiet, then random words, e.g., I have a meeting tomorrow. I need to cancel. I'm so sorry for your experience. I'm so sorry for your loss. You never know how people are going to respond, which I do always try to be mindful of when we do coverage of this, because it is hard to know. Blood dries quickly on a hot summer night, 1 hour between killings and being discovered. If humid dries slower, reason for no blood transfer, I don't know. The Emmy is going to have to talk about it. Random question that occurred, me watching body cam footage. Did AM have a burner phone? He does have a burner phone. We don't know where it is. Good logic. Thanks for the super chat. Informative, entertaining, amazing, simply the best. Thank you. I appreciate the super chat. It's a very generous super chat. Thank you, Joe. I would be trapped in a building burning down, and I would wind up saying, how's it going? To the firefighters, I'm awkward AF in tense situations. That's fair too. How's it going seemed stranger to me till you're seeing it in video and you're seeing that that's somebody walking by his line of sight. It makes more sense that it's like it's a default. That makes more sense. So he put phone in back pocket where blood was found. I heard them talking about the front pocket of his pants. Don't forget to go eat and then come back. I won't forget to go eat. So let's see. Shirt smelled like body wash, bar soap after he cleaned the GSR off, wiped it all over the front of the shirt. I don't know, but the shirt definitely, they said, smelled like detergent and not like a sweaty, musty night. He said, I can check my phone for the exact time I was at my mother's. He did say that. He did say that in that first first car interview. So law nerds, thank you. Question, Maggie was the target since both houses were in her name so he could sell them. Paul was like, I don't know. But he knew Paul was at the kennels because he was at the kennels. He was at the kennels with both of them. He knew they were both there. It's still so odd. It's still so odd. And I still have so many questions. My questions are not answered. Most of what we have still is a lot of speculation, and that is really hard. The prosecution has to get past speculation. And with that, I've got to go refill my water. I've got some all-dressed chips and nuggies that are calling my name for lunch. And I have to be back here in 25 minutes. So go hop over to the afternoon stream. The chat is on, and I will see y'all this afternoon. We have definitely got to wrap. So with that, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a law nerd. You know where to find me for the afternoon stream. Okay, bye. You can find all the Law Nerd goodies at lawnerdshop.com. Connect with me on social media at the Emily D. Baker. And don't forget to check out my podcasts, The Emily Show, and the new podcast, Quick Bits, summarizing everything I talk about on my Tuesday and Thursday live streams. You know, when you only have time for just the quick bits.